I call the October 24th, 2023 City Council special meeting to order. City Clerk Ben Lane, would you please conduct the roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor David Ortega.
Present.
Vice Mayor Solange Whitehead.
Present.
Council members Tammy Caputi.
Here.
Tom Durham.
Here.
Barry Graham.
Here.
Betty Janik.
Here.
And Kathy Littlefield.
Here.
City Manager Jim Thompson.
Here.
City Attorney Sherry Scott.
Here.
And the clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you. The purpose of the special meeting today is to hear interviews and make appointments on boards, commissions, and task forces. At this time, I will turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Whitehead, who will be chairing this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. The Scottsdale City Council is responsible for establishing city policies and enacting laws in support of those policies. The council relies on volunteer, citizen-based boards and commissions to research issues and make recommendations in support of the council's mission and goals. The information and recommendations provided by council-appointed advisory boards is a valuable tool in helping council members in their deliberations. This afternoon, the City Council will be appointing Scottsdale residents interested in serving on various boards and commissions. I want to thank the individuals for their willingness to volunteer, their time and service to this community. Following the set of interviews, we'll vote on an appointment for the board or the commission. As I call your name, please approach the podium and briefly cover the following. For the record, please state your name and address and how long you've lived in Scottsdale. Please tell us how your education, employment, or volunteer experience relates to this board or commission. What is the top issue facing this board or commission? And please limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. We have a timer by the screen to help you manage your time. Following each nominee's response, I will ask council members if they have any follow-up questions for you. And so with that, we're going to get started with the Building Advisory Board of Appeals, which we have one opening. The Building Advisory Board of Appeals has the jurisdiction to recommend that minor variances in the electrical, plumbing, and mechanical application of the building code be granted and that alternative construction methods or materials be allowed. There's one vacancy and 2 nominees. The nominees are Doug Arvanites and Randall Lucas. Mr. Lucas's term expired this month and is eligible for reappointment. So why don't we have Doug come up to the podium first.
No.
Doug?
Hi, my name is Doug Arvanites. I live at 7314 East Granada Road in Scottsdale. I've been a resident of Scottsdale for 6 years next week, and I have a bachelor's degree in marketing and economics, which has absolutely nothing to do with this position. However, I worked in the corporate world in retail for 35 years, and in that capacity, I interacted with developers and architects and store planning executives in doing various new store openings and store remodels, and had to go through a lot of learning how to read floor plans, understanding the ins and outs of where you can run wires, where you can run plumbing, where you can't. And I've also, over the course of my life, had 6 different homes, which I've renovated extensively, some by myself. And I think I have enough working knowledge of the things that are involved in construction to be able to not be a burden to this board. I have a great interest in the planning and design areas. I studied architecture early in my career before deciding to go in a different direction, and actually thought about going to the Frank Lloyd Wright School here in Scottsdale many years ago. I have a passion for seeing Scottsdale become the greatest city in the United States, and I think it's well on its way.
Are there any questions? Go ahead.
Remind me how to pronounce your last name. I don't want to say it wrong.
Arvanites.
Arvanites, okay. Just the last question, I'm curious, the top issue facing the Border Commission, did you have an answer on that? I can't remember. Sorry if I'm putting you on the spot.
I feel like the board, I've been reviewing the meeting minutes and also the meeting videos, and I think that the board, as it's currently comprised, is overly focused on how we do things now, how we've done things in the past, and not focused enough on how the world is evolving more rapidly, and the fact that we're building buildings that are going to be standing for 40 to 75 years, and are we really taking the future into consideration adequately as we approve these projects.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Arvanites, if you aren't successful today, I hope you continue. If you are not successful today, I hope you continue reapplying. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you.
Okay, you're done. Mr. Lucas.
Randall Lucas, 10386 East Celestial Drive, Scottsdale. Came to Scottsdale in July of 2017. The history is I come from Illinois. I built numerous houses, more than 12 in Illinois, and did a few flips. When we came to Scottsdale, I bought a house, renovated it, flipped it, built a new house that we live in now, and have built 2 other houses in Scottsdale. So I've used the Scottsdale permit services. I understand the services. I understand the codes. I understand the importance of the code. The experience, obviously, is I have interaction with all of the contractors. Also on the side as a part-time, I do insurance inspections, and especially as high-value residential inspections. So I do spend a lot of time in Scottsdale, in and out of houses, seeing what's code, what's not, what people do. Most people want a fire extinguisher, but they don't have a fire extinguisher in their house. You see people building houses that are valued at $7 million, and this wasn't in Scottsdale because sprinkler systems are required, and you look at them and you go, oh, you don't have a sprinkler system. Well, it's not code. And as you walk out, you think to yourself, you just spent $5 million and you didn't spend the 10 grand to save the house. So a lot of it is control, and I'm not for big government. At the same time, you got a guy who just spent $5 million and he wouldn't spend $10,000 to put an instrument in there to protect it. So how you need to have some rules. The biggest obstacles or biggest things for the board coming up here is one thing we made as far as moving towards the future. In every discussion of a code change, there was never the cost to the consumer or end user ever brought up. And we would say to the EV chargers in the garage, okay, oh, it's only 2 wires, it's only 2 wires. It's only 2 wires. How many chargers are there? So as you do the research, the Chevy Bolt was a 25 amp, which no insurance company
Mr.
will allow
Lucas?
you put in their garage.
Mr. Lucas, time's up, so just wrap it up.
Oh, okay. Anyways, the insurance inspection shows the different variances of the houses. So, and I thank you, and I have been on the board for 3 years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Questions?
No, there's no questions, Mr. Lucas. Okay. I I will now entertain a vote for the Building Advisory Board of Appeals, and each council member gets to vote for one candidate. We're going to start with Councilwoman Caputi.
Doug Arvanitis, please.
Councilwoman Janik.
Doug Arvanites.
Councilwoman Littlefield. Randall Lucas. Mayor Ortega.
Doug Arvanites.
I will vote for Doug Arvanites. Councilman Durham.
Mr. Arvanites.
Councilman Graham.
Mr. Lucas.
Okay, so it looks like Mr. Arvanites will have the position, so congratulations and thanks both of you. Next up is the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, and there's 3 openings. The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee receives reports on the city's progress in implementing the bond program, reviews any proposed project changes to the program, and provides comments to the City Council with respect to the bond program as the committee deems appropriate. There are 3 vacancies and 6 nominees. Robert Rogers has withdrawn his application from consideration. The nominees are Brian Coughlin, Austin Fairbanks, Rudy Fisher, Ben Hur, and Mr. Hur his term has expired and he's eligible for reappointment. Daryl Comescu and Tammy Smith. And we'll start with Brian Coughlin. Please come on up.
Thank you. My name is Brian Coughlin. I live at 9758 East Celtic Drive. Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and council members, I appreciate your time today. Applying for the position for a bond oversight committee member, and I think there's 2 questions to answer, and that is why and what are my qualifications. I think the why is I've lived in Scottsdale now for 15 years, born and raised here in Arizona. My children have gone through the Scottsdale School District, so I have a vested interest in seeing Scottsdale succeed. And funding is a scarce resource, so putting funding to its highest and best use is important. My wife and I have volunteered quite often in the school districts here in Scottsdale, sitting on as PTO members, PTO chairs, and amongst other volunteering work in the Scottsdale School District. So we really have a vested interest here in Scottsdale for our children, for the city itself, and to see it grow and prosper. The qualifications, I think I have a strong background here. I've got over 25 years of experience in finance. I've got degrees in finance from University of Arizona, my MBA from Arizona State University. I've experience in municipal finance and municipal bond underwriting here in the state of Arizona. I'm a partner at Beacon Point Advisors. We're one of the 15 largest wealth management firms in the country that my partners have built. I'm also chair of the macroeconomic committee for the firm. I spent 7 years as a finance professor for the Keller Graduate School of Management, where I taught managerial finance, advanced managerial finance, and securities valuation. With the Bond Oversight Committee, it's important for someone to have a good understanding of financial analysis, financial forecasting, and budgeting. You have to have those qualifications. We're fiduciary. We're sitting in a fiduciary responsibility. And I feel I have those strong background, those qualifications from my educational background, from my professional experience, and being a professor here in the state for 7 years. I feel I make a really good committee member on the Bond Oversight Committee, and I look forward to hopefully gathering your vote. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to field them.
Are there any questions? I see none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fairbanks.
Honorable Mayor and council members, good afternoon. My name is Austin Fairbanks, and I live at 2938 North 61st Place, Scottsdale, Arizona 85251. I lived in Scottsdale for basically my entire life, minus when I was at school, college. I first introduced myself back in June, where I explained I'm a 3rd-generation Scottsdale resident, a Scottsdale homeowner, and a state and local public finance professional. I believe these traits qualify me to analyze the important questions and decisions that are coming before the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. By way of reintroduction, I hold a master's in economics with an emphasis in state and local policy and public finance. Professionally, I work as a lead appropriations analyst for the state legislature. So I have a deep appreciation for state public finance laws that govern cities, including bonding laws, as well as capital improvement plans, or CIPs. I As I said in June, I still believe that the biggest issue facing the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee and the Bond 2019 projects generally is inflation, and that's eating away at some of the revenues that the bonds we're going to have, and increased construction costs is a component of that as well. The solution to this problem will require careful oversight and balancing the return on investment of these projects, as well as the expectations and the demands of the voters to approve these bonds. We can't change the bonds willy-nilly. This is voted on by the people, and I think that's something to keep in mind, serving in your role and in the potential role in the committee. Last time I was here, I also talked about how I would prioritize public safety bond questions on the question 3. I think that's important, and I discussed that a little bit last time, but this time I want to talk a little bit about the importance of maintaining public trust in our bond program. I'm just going to use as an example the recently approved Paiute Neighborhood Center program, which will help house people, but I think it's important that in this committee, we definitely look at making sure the bond money is used for bond-approved part of the project, and then the grants and other city funds that are going towards the housing component. So we just make sure that we assure the public that it's our great city staff are doing the job they need to do. And I think that that kind of attentive citizen-led oversight will lead to continued public trust in the city of Scottsdale. I believe that my technical public finance expertise qualifies me for this role. And with that, I want to thank you for your service and your time, and I can take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? I see none, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you. Before I start, I'd like to congratulate you, and I'd like to say I appreciate everybody being here. I've seldom seen such public participation except for opposition to a really ugly project. So good afternoon. My name is Rudy Fisher, and I live at 10260 East Whitefeather Lane in North Troon, right near the Troon North Golf Course. I have a bachelor's degree from UC Berkeley, a master's in international business from St. Mary's College, and in mid-career, while working in Silicon Valley, I went to Stanford for a couple years and got a certificate in business law and economics. So I understand finance and how bonds and all of that work. Though I've only lived in Scottsdale for about 2 years now, in that time I've completed the Scottsdale 101 Academy, the Scottsdale Water Academy, and I've gone through about 7, I think, CAP water presentations, CAP University presentations. You've also probably seen me at a few of your meetings, and I spend a lot of time watching the Development Review Board and this Bond Oversight Committee meetings, because I think those things are important to making sure that we're building a good Scottsdale that we can all appreciate and love. I've also served on boards and commissions in the past, whether it's on an HOA or library board in Mountain View, Golf Links Advisory Committee, even though I'm not a golfer. And I've served on city councils and on a water board for a pollution control agency, which later we turned it into a water provider for the community. And we did that with bond funding and grants and a lot of other things. So I understand and appreciate the value of bonds. I think the biggest challenge for the city right now on the committee is to use the bond funds effectively and to complete the projects which are key to the city of Scottsdale, and to ensure the money is spent appropriately so that we can prove to a sometimes skeptical public that they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from anyone? None. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Okay, looks like Mr. Herr.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayors, Council members. My name is Ben Herr. When I said my name, it's probably you're curious about. Are you seriously Ben Herr? Yeah, I have a little stories to tell you about that, but just kind of put it aside a little bit. So I came to live in the Scottsdale since 2007. First time when I moved in here, I really appreciate all the environments, all the nice, clean, good environments, good neighborhood, nice educations. Since then, I just got looking for the opportunity to pay back because I feel like I benefited from all these nice neighborhood environments. How can I just kind of pay back, and how can I just kind of do my duties as a citizens who lives in the Scottsdale. I have a CPA. I'm a CPA partner in CPA firms who is mainly doing the audits and then audits of the municipalities, non-for-profit entities. So I feel like I have knowledge in this understanding about how the municipal financial reportings or the compliance works. So when I just kind of look through the opportunities in the city's website, I found the Bond Oversight Committee. I feel like I have a little bit of the opportunity to do work for the cities. So that's why I applied, and then I just kind of have the positions for the first times. Back then, I didn't have this kind of the interview process, so this is kind of a little bit overwhelming. I'm hearing this, all those kind of nice resumes of those candidates. It's really great to be honored to be here. To me, it's the most important things as a committee members is communication and transparency. When the citizens voted for to approve the bond issuances back then, they want to see all these nice developments just going to help them to just build this community even better, like I just kind of felt when I first came here. When it comes down to the Bond Oversight Committee, I know I have seen all this kind of city management and then city staff did a really good job, and they put together all these things just nicely. Everything is great. I'm not really going to emphasize what I can do based on my expertise. I think it's really important to deliver those nice works back to the communities and then advertise on how well they're doing it, reestablish their beliefs, trust to the cities. That's all. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Herr. Okay, Mr. Comescu.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman, thank you for taking the time. Come closer to the... Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my achievements and qualifications. My address is 10462 East Helm Drive, so I live in McDowell Mountain Ranch, and I've been a resident for 15 years now, moving back here 2 years ago after I had retired early. In terms of my work experiences, I ended my career as a project manager for DirecTV in their operations group, and before that I was a satellite engineer for most of my career. Being a program manager really emphasizes the need to understand the critical path of any project, and I believe it's necessary to understand all the details behind the critical path, such as, what's driving the project to be on schedule or potentially to get delayed, whether it's financial, staffing, materials, or so on. I think it's critical to understand that and to get ahead of the curve so that anytime an issue comes up that might delay or reduce the scope of a project, we can be on top of it. And as an engineer, we're always looking to ask a lot of questions to understand the details of the project. Why something is happening on the project, why is it behind schedule, why is it on budget, understanding the details enough so that I feel comfortable talking about the project and communicating with the city council about it. I think one of the biggest issues is ensuring that communication is present between the council and the project teams so that you guys will know in advance, if there are any potential problems or issues and how we can mitigate those. In terms of practical experience, I also worked on the budget committee in a town called Cannon Beach, Oregon a couple years ago before we'd moved back to Scottsdale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much. Ms. Smith.
Is this okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
My name is Tammy Smith. My address is 7634 East Vista Drive in Scottsdale. Zip code is 85250. Before I get started on my background and why I'm applying for this position, I'd like to thank Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Solich, Whitehead, and the other council members for this opportunity. My background of why I feel that I am a good fit for this particular commission: for 18 years I worked for American Express. Primarily, the longest role I had there, I was a commercial underwriter. So that gave me exposure, experience, and training in understanding financial statements, cash flow statements, budgets of small, medium, and large corporations. I then transitioned to field sales and a sales manager. So as I continued to excel in my role, I was promoted, and it was just a fantastic experience. I am very comfortable with all terms of financial statements. My next impactful role in the corporate world as I worked for Axon Enterprises, formerly known as Taser International. My role there was to review budgets of all sizes of municipalities, small, medium, and large law enforcement agencies. So I'm very comfortable with looking at budgets and understand the reason and the importance of timelines and budgets, restrictions, and so forth. The third reason that I believe I am qualified for this role is my husband and I, for a few years, owned a home building company. We built about 6 or 7 custom homes in North Phoenix. So that makes me very comfortable in all terms of construction. I understand the bond is primarily with capital improvements, and so I'm comfortable, very comfortable with terms of construction. Beyond that, as far as my volunteer background, I am the neighborhood watch captain of my community for the last 8 years. I'm also on the budget committee of my HOA. I was previously a board member with my HOA. So I'm very comfortable with this type of meeting setting and following Robert's Rules of Order, so on and so forth. I'll give you a little background now that I have a microphone. I'm going to take the opportunity to thank the City Council. In my role as neighborhood watch captain, I schedule time with Chief Walther. I don't think he's here. I know sometimes he attends a City Council meeting. He took the time for an hour and a half to speak with me, and he complimented each and every one of you. So the community should know how well our police department is supported and how much, not only as a leadership organization, but the community supports them. That is absolutely paramount in all things we do for the city. So personally, thank you for that. What is important and the issues facing this Board of Commission, I sent an email to the current members, and one member responded to me very clearly what he thought was the current issues. And it's complicated, right? What's happening now with the 2019 bond.
Ms. Smith, if you could wrap it up.
Okay, real quick, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
So I am, the more important the issue, the more complicated, the more thought leadership required is the issue that it's drawn to. So that's actually why I applied for this commission. It's not why I'm running for it, and I would like to very much contribute to that. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much,
You're
Ms.
very
Smith.
welcome. Thank you again.
Well, you'll hear me say this again and again. We have an abundance of talent in this town. So with that, and I'm just grateful every day to live here and represent our constituents. So with that, we're going to have the very difficult time of appointing our new committee members. So I will entertain a vote for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, and each council member can vote for 3 nominees. And we're going to start with Councilwoman Janik.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to reiterate what Vice Mayor Whitehead said. This is a wonderful group of people. I would be happy if each one of you could serve. So thank you very much. If you don't get the position this time, continue to reapply, because you all have a lot to offer. So with that said, I would nominate Brian Coughlin, Rudy Fisher, and Ben Hur.
Okay, Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you, and I would reiterate the statements that Betty made for all of you. Thank you so much for applying on this. I'm going to nominate Brian Coughlin, Austin Fairbanks, and Tammy Smith.
Mayor Ortega.
Thank you. Ben Hur, Rudy Fisher, and Brian Coughlin.
I am going to vote for Ben Hur, Rudy Fisher, and Daryl Komesu. Councilman Durham.
I will vote for Ben-Hur, Brian Coughlin, and Rudy Fisher.
And Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Fairbanks, Mr. Fisher, and Ms. Smith.
And Councilwoman Caputi.
Rudy Fisher, Ben-Hur, Daryl Komesu.
Okay, thank you. And so we're going to give some time for, how are we doing?
So Mr. Coughlin, Mr. Fisher, and Mr. Herr have been appointed.
Okay, congratulations to everybody, and keep those names on the list. Okay, so we're moving on to Human Relations Commission, and there's 2 openings. The Human Relations Commission advocates and promotes all dimensions of diversity. The commission acts as an advisory body to the mayor, city council, and staff to make recommendations on ways to encourage mutual respect and understanding among people, to discourage prejudice and discrimination, and to work towards cultural awareness and unity. There are 2 vacancies and 5 nominees. Albert Monias has withdrawn his application from consideration, so the nominees are Ashley Adams, Veronica Aguilar, Chris Cano, Robin Reed, and Mr. Reed will be participating this afternoon electronically, and Sherry Sapir. So we're going to go ahead and start with Ashley Adams.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ortega and Vice Mayor Whitehead and council members. My name is Ashley Adams. I live at 9797 East San Salvador Drive in Scottsdale, and I've lived here off and on almost 33 years. The group who has been nominated to be a part of this commission is just so very impressive, so I'm just happy to have made the cut, and thank you so much for your time today. I think this commission is so important. Its mission speaks true to my heart, especially the part about encouraging mutual respect for others. Even though this is the first time I've applied for a commission like this, I've spent most of my life and my career in some type of a service or another. I served the beginning part of my life as a federal prosecutor, and then the latter part of my life serving those who sometimes society would like to forget as a criminal defense attorney. My mom always taught all of us kids that we should really work towards helping those who can't help themselves, and I've tried my best to live by that motto. I do believe that we learn so much if we keep an open heart and we keep an open mind. I've learned by serving the indigent that we really shouldn't judge people until we've walked in their shoes for a while, and that's taken me a long way in my life. I've learned that all people have something to offer and that everybody deserves a voice and a chance. I learned especially during my time with Scottsdale Leadership last year, which was a wonderful experience, that listening is such a hard skill to perfect, but it's such an important skill to have, especially in a position like this. I believe that my background, especially my time serving with the Arizona Criminal Justice Association Legislative Committee, while I worked there, I helped draft criminal justice bills. I've also testified before the Arizona legislature on several occasions. I think that experience would certainly aid and be a benefit to this commission, especially during these hard times with all of the unrest in the world, with the rise in hate crimes, anti-Semitism, anti-everything else that unfortunately we're seeing. A commission like this is so very important to strengthen our community. The key to strengthening our community is building relationships. And this is a great place where that can occur, this commission, a safe place where people can have their voice.
Thank you.
Thank
you so
you.
much. Are there any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Veronica Aguilar. I live at 525 North Miller Road. I've lived here for 33 years, born and raised, so been here my entire life. I am a very proud first-generation Mexican-American, and like I said, a Scottsdale native that has seen the city grow throughout my entire life. I am a product of the Scottsdale Unified School District, and my educational journey led me to have a bachelor's and MBA from Arizona State University. My experience as a former educator has given me true unique insights on the power of an equitable and accessible education. Now, in my current role as Vice President of Recruitment for Teach for America and founder of a local Scottsdale nonprofit, Young and Empowered Women, I've dedicated my life to closing the opportunity and gender gap and advocating for marginalized communities. Now, my commitment to justice and equity does not end there. I am actively involved in the community as the Greater Phoenix Chamber Board DEI liaison and sit on the Big Brothers Big Sisters Young Professional Board. I've also spoken on various panels about equity at the United Diversity Business Summit last year, the Phoenix Suns MLK Celebration Weekend, and also as a co-host on Arizona PBS. And these connections have really allowed me to diversify my network and have a really strong network to bring to this commission to further our agenda. Now, I believe a top issue facing this commission is to create even more generational awareness for all of our communities, marginalized, youth, LGBTQ. And we have the power to really extend our reach and bring in more diverse partners and businesses, and at the same time, create incentive programs for current partners here in the Valley on equity and inclusion. Scottsdale holds a special place in my heart, being born and raised here, and of course, because my parents, my mom, who's actually here today, and it's the reason why I am driven and have a desire to be a fresh, new perspective to this commission. I know Scottsdale has so much to offer beyond the state, as well as the global community, and I'm excited to work tirelessly with you all to ensure that Scottsdale continues to be a welcoming and united place for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you so much. All right, Ms. Kano.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to present today for the Human Relations Commission. For the record, my name is Chris Kano, and my address is 8713 East Arlington Road here in Scottsdale. I've been a resident of Scottsdale for 21 years. I'm excited for this opportunity because I have dedicated over 2 decades of my life for public service. I was an employee here at the City of Scottsdale for 21 years. I recently retired, which gives me the opportunity to serve on this board. Additionally, I have been very involved in volunteerism in this space. Particularly, I am currently the vice chair of an organization called 1 in 10, which is an LGBTQIA+ youth organization that serves underprivileged youth in that space, providing a school, housing, social activities, as well as mentorship and career development. I'm also on the board of the Women's Collective, which is a nonprofit organization that elevates and inspires women in leadership roles. And after my class participation in Scottsdale leadership, I'm currently serving on the board of directors, where I have the opportunity this year to lead Diversity Day, where I empower people with skills and knowledge, skills, and abilities in the leadership space. While I was an employee at the City of Scottsdale, I had the opportunity to volunteer on the Diversity Advisory Committee, as well as the local Hispanic Government Network. And in 2022, I had the honor of being the recipient of the Mayor's Drinkwater Award, which is dedicated for those making a big impact in service to the community. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is important for the City of Scottsdale and its residents because it enhances innovation, creativity, social cohesion, and economic growth. One of the challenges that Scottsdale faces in achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion is that Scottsdale has a lower percentage of racial and ethnic minorities as well as marginalized communities than the national average. Given these demographics, Scottsdale could invest education in its employees, leaders, and community members to raise awareness, foster empathy, and reduce bias. Although the city adopted the anti-discrimination ordinance in 2021, When marginalized communities exist, efforts should be made to ensure that we are truly a Scottsdale for all. As a minority living in this community and working in this community for so many years, I can attest that there is space for improvements to be made for a more sense of community, as well as ensuring equal rights. So since I retired from 20 more years of service, I'm excited for this opportunity. My hope by serving on this board is for a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive Scottsdale, and I ask that you join me in making that commitment and taking action to make it a reality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kano. Any questions? I see none. Thank you. All right, Ms. Sapir?
So I need to get used to getting old and not be able to see anymore up close. Good afternoon, Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, council members. My name is Sherry Sapir, and I live at 12039 North 60th Place. A 20-plus-year resident of the city of Scottsdale, I'm a mother of 3 young children and a real estate investment and construction business owner. I've been doing real estate in Scottsdale and the state in the last 2 decades. I'm proud to say I received my interior design degree in 2002 and completed culinary school in 2012, both at Scottsdale Community College. I got my pilot's license at Scottsdale Air Park, so needless to say, you can't get me to want to be anywhere else but this city. I decided to apply for this commission because I believe it has the potential to positively impact the culture and environment in the city, and I want to make sure we continue to lead Scottsdale in the right direction so my children and everyone else's children get to grow in the beautiful city we all love. I believe, as I read the mission statement of this commission, is that by definition, this commission champions inclusion, and that should mean to include diverse approaches and opinions into the discussion. It is crucial that the identity of all Scottsdale residents is reflected in the decision-making process of the council, and I know that my ability to work with people will be beneficial to achieve that goal. As a side note, I am from Israel, served in the Israeli military, and understand how to work in a complicated and intricate setting. Additionally, I am hoping to be able to assist the city in keeping to the minimum incident of hate crimes, anti-Semitism, prejudice, and for that matter, eliminate all hate from our city. I want a positive and loving culture for Scottsdale, and I hope you choose me today to be part of your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sapir. Are there questions? So I went a little, thank you so much. I went a little out of order. I apologize to Mr. Reed. So we're going to go ahead and do.
That's quite all right.
Okay, there he is. There he is. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. And number one, thank you, Mayor Ortega. Always nice to see you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and thank you, members of the City Council. I would also like to thank existing Commission member Janice Shimakubo for recommending that I explore this opportunity. My name is Robin Reed. I live at 33228 North 60th Way here in Scottsdale. I've been here at this address for 2 years, and other than a short period of time where we lived in North Terra while my twin daughters went to school, probably in total I've lived in Scottsdale a total of 12 of my 25 years here in Arizona. What I will share with you is that I think I come with a unique set of skills and background related to this topic. Number one, I'm the president and CEO of the Black Chamber of Arizona. That's my passion project. What I do for a living is I'm a corporate consultant, and we have clients all over the world. But in my work with the Black Chamber of Arizona, one of the things that we have worked hard to do was not only encourage inclusion, but also to support inclusion as an organization. So I'm the co-founder of the Community Collaborative alongside my partner, Monica Villalobos with the Arizona Hispanic Chamber. We started by putting 6 marginalized chambers of commerce together to just create a collaborative, if you will. We've now expanded that to 40 organizations, and that's more indicative of where I see us going in terms of a DEI organization. I speak nationally on the topic of DEI. I have worked closely with almost every mayor here in Maricopa County. Mayor Gallego asked me to chair her subcommittee on economic development and education for their $500 million bond project. Mayor Woods in Tempe asked for my consultation in attracting the Coyotes event space. Although that initiative failed, I've worked well with Mayor Giles. In fact, I've traveled internationally with former Mayor Stanton, now Congressman, to other countries to talk about more inclusive work. Where I think the challenges exist for City of Scottsdale are not unlike the challenges that we are facing nationwide on the topic of DEI. The challenge with DEI is we are not embedding it in our, as we like to say, in the DNA of our organizations, of our municipalities. What we need to do with DEI is take a much broader view than we've taken in the past. We've often limited DEI to discussions on race and gender. And although that is important, it does not really cover all of the areas in which DEI is relevant. So we need to make sure that we are creating a DEI initiative that is, number one, sustainable, and number two, addresses the myriad marginalized groups so that everyone can feel welcome. And I'll just share this briefly.
Mr. Reed?
But when I moved,
Yes. I think we're going to have to end it there, but that was a lot of good information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if anybody up here has any questions. Oh, he went away. Any questions for Mr. Reed?
I think we lost him.
I think we lost him, but I'm sure he's still listening in, so that's good. Okay, so once again, we're going to get to the vote here. We're going to entertain a vote for the Human Relations Commission, and each council member can vote for 2 nominees. So we're going to start with Councilwoman Littlefield.
Thank you. I'd like to vote for Ashley Adams and Sherry Sapir.
Mayor Ortega.
Thank you. Ashley Adams and Veronica Aguilar.
Okay, I'm going to vote for Ashley Adams and Mr. Reed. Councilman Durham.
I will vote for Ashley Adams and Mr. Reed.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you. Ms. Sapir and Mr. Reed.
Councilwoman, Caputi.
Ashley Adams, Robin Reed.
Councilwoman Janik.
Ashley Adams and Veronica Aguilar.
Okay, so how did we do here? It looks like Miss Adams and Mr. Reed, but again, I want to encourage everybody to truly keep your names in for the next round. Thank you so much. Judicial Appointments Advisory Board, 1 state bar representative position opening. The Judicial Appointments Advisory Board, JAB, makes advisory recommendations to the City Council regarding the appointment and reappointment of full-time city judges. This is there's one vacant state bar representative position vacancy, and the state bar has forwarded the names of 3 nominees. However, nominee Rosemarie Horvath has withdrawn her application from consideration. The remaining nominees are Michael Rupert and Tricia Schaefer. Ms. Schaefer's term expired this month and is eligible for reappointment. She is unable to join us this afternoon, but she's still interested in serving on the board. So we'll have Mr. Rupert come up.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, council members. My name is Michael Rupert. I am living at 5805 North Granite Reef Road, Scottsdale, Arizona. I've been a resident of Scottsdale since 2019, and I also work in Scottsdale at the law firm of Galbert Bebo. I graduated from Arizona State University for law school and went to University of Arizona for undergrad and graduated with a double major in public management and policy and criminal justice. During law school and before, I spent some time in various positions at the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, Pima County Superior Court Pretrial Services, and the Arizona Attorney General's Office, Office for Victim Witness Services. My experience as a civil and commercial litigator and my previous experience has allowed me to be in front of the judiciary in Arizona in various different capacities, not just as an advocate for clients, but also as an observer, and also being able to assist many members of the public going through tough, difficult times in their lives. And that's allowed me to gain some insight in important qualities that members of our judiciary, I believe, should have, and that can include integrity, strong moral compass, but also having the understanding that their decisions aren't just going to impact the person in front of them, but also have ripples throughout that person's lives. In addition, they need to be able to make quick decisions and well-reasoned decisions. It's not an easy job by any means, but it's a job that they need to do, and I think the public thanks them for it. They're pillars of the community, and to that end, the commission here needs to be able to retain good judges, go through previous decisions that they've made and understand why those decisions have been made, but also be able to appoint new judges that are interested in joining the judiciary and serve their communities as part of that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? I see none. Thank you so much. Since Ms. Schaefer is not here, I will now entertain a vote for the Judicial Appointments Advisory Board, and each council member can vote for one nominee. So where are we at, Mayor Ortega?
Michael Rupert.
Tricia Schaefer, Councilman Durham,
Ms. Schaefer,
Councilman Graham,
Ms. Schaefer.
Councilwoman Caputi,
Tricia Schaefer.
Councilwoman Janik,
Michael Rupert.
and Councilwoman Littlefield.
Tricia Schaefer.
Okay, so it looks like Tricia Schaefer will serve her second term. Thank you so much, Mr. Rupert. Library Board, one opening. The Library Board advises the City Council on general policy relating to program services and future development of the Scottsdale Public Libraries. There's one vacancy and two nominees. Jan Dubaskus has withdrawn her application from consideration. The nominees are Sam Campana. Ms. Campana's term expired this month and is eligible for reappointment. And Carrie Cox is the second nominee. Ms. Campana.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and the members of the City Council. It's fun to be here. My name is Sam Campana. I've lived here for 53 years. I've been a library card holder all of that time. I live at 4800 North 68th Street in a little compound where I had my wedding reception over 50 years ago, so it's always been Scottsdale to me, and I love being downtown. I have served on boards and commissions at the county, state, national, and even international level. But I must say that serving on the library board these past 3 years with fellow members, citizens of Scottsdale, has been the most rewarding of all of those that I have served on. To be able to be at the libraries around the city and see moms with babies and grandpas with grandchildren and people that need not only library services but human services come in and be welcomed to our libraries. Makes me very proud. I know it makes all of you very proud, but we should really love our libraries. We do have issues at the library, but I have to say that the biggest issue facing us right now is leadership, because we have lost Kira Peters, who took a great job, hoping to come back here one day. I just saw her in Bozeman. And then Mandy Carrico was recruited away from us to Peoria. So I will say that the current staff that we have had have really stepped up and are doing a great job. I should call a couple of them out by name, Melissa Orr and Javier, Judy, Louisa. I mean, all of the library staff have really stepped up, but I will say that it is kind of a crisis of leadership right now, and I know you're looking after that. Money is always an issue. I know Mr. Thompson is going to be interviewed later, and we're always asking for money from the City Council and from staff, and so we hope that our libraries remain a priority for you. And there's always Friends of the Library, and I hope that everybody always sees when they're raising money and could be generous with them as well. So as a commissioner, as a board member, I have always felt well prepared and well focused by the staff that has done such a good job, and I appreciate that. And they're always very responsive and ahead of the issues, and I would really love to serve another 3 years, another term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campana. Any questions? I see none. All right, so Ms. Cox.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the City Council for this opportunity to serve on the Library Board. My name is Carrie Cox. I reside at 13326 East Sorrel Lane. I'm a Scottsdale homeowner since 1995, and I was a snowbird from 95 to 2016. 2016, I became a permanent resident. I have a bachelor's degree and master's degree in education, and I taught and coached at the same high school for 35 years. My leadership includes 10 years as vice president and president of the Teachers Association. During my career, I served on many district committees, including the One Book, One School Reading Initiative. Our results were amazing. Reading scores increased district-wide. Most of you here, or all of you here, are all old enough to answer this question. What was the first handheld device? You're correct, a book. My love for books started from my mom's reading to me, and when my parents fought to have a library in our small town in Illinois, I was there to leaflet the community. The library came and became the center of our community. I can remember walking to school, and on my way to school, stopping at the library, and then stopping on my way home. For me, the library opened my eyes to the world. For me, reading has inspired curiosity, imagination, thought, wonder, and intelligence. Books have lifted my disposition as a person. Helen Keller, though, said it best. More than any other time, when I hold a beloved book in my hand, may my limitations fall from me and my spirit is free. Today, our Scottsdale library system is outstanding. There are many children, teens, and adult programs. In today's world, I am sure the digital books are flying off the shelves. What I see missing is the lack of hours that our buildings are open. Our buildings are open similar to bankers' hours. Our community should have access to our libraries early morning, noon, and night. Secondly, we should encourage and open our libraries for our community events during the evenings. And lastly, the Scottsdale libraries need updated media equipment in their facilities. I booked an event just recently at the library, and I was asked if I had a 10-year-old computer for a PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to leave you with this quote that just is dear to my heart. Reading has been the chief pleasure of my life. I would like to see as many children, teens, and adults use our Scottsdale library. Thank you for this opportunity and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Are there any questions?
Can I make that in 2 minutes? I'm an educator. I was like, 2 minutes?
Yeah, you got 2 and a little bit extra. So, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so now I will entertain a vote for the library board, and each council member can vote for 1 nominee, and I'm going to start with myself, and I'll vote to reappoint Ms. Campana. Councilman Durham? We might come back to Councilman Durham. We will come back to Councilman Durham.
Wait,
He's there?
I'm sorry, Ms. Campana.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay, great, okay.
Ms. Campana.
Oh, okay, thank you, Councilman Graham.
Thank you. Ms. Cox?
Councilwoman Caputi?
Sam Campana.
Councilwoman Janik?
Ms. Cox?
Councilwoman Littlefield? Ms. Cox? Mayor Ortega?
Ms. Campana?
Okay, so are we good? Okay, Ms. Campana has been reappointed. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, the Transportation Commission has one opening. The Transportation Commission advises the City Council on matters relating to the safe and efficient movement of vehicles, transit, pedestrians, and bicycles. The Commission provides a public forum to hear citizen complaints and requests regarding transportation matters. There is one vacancy and 3 nominees. The nominees are Denise Doctor, Robert Marmon, Malin Penkowitz. And we'll start with Ms. Doctor. Is Ms. Doctor here?
Is there a doctor in the house?
Okay, well, we'll come back and see if she's here. Mr. Marmon?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Bob Marmon. I live at 9087 East Swarrow Drive, and I've been a resident since 2006. I just retired from Mayo Clinic, and I'm also a civil engineer, and I was also an adjunct professor at ASU. The Transportation Commission is a part of a team whose goal it is to keep Scottsdale's transportation system excellent. The team has the users of the road who are looking forward to safe conditions. We have aging in place seniors who would like some transportation for themselves. We have businesses who want their customers to come and go easily. We have developers who are still coming with taller and taller buildings on smaller and smaller lots, which is a challenge. And we have yourselves as the final decision maker, keeping this herd moving in the right direction. It's all supplemented by the excellent staff that comes up with good plans, that's not afraid to try new ideas. So I am looking forward to this challenge and participating with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marmon. Any questions, comments? I see none. Thank you. Okay, is Ms. Penkowitz here?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Malin Penkowitz. I am a 12-year resident from South Scottsdale, living at 303 North Miller Road. As far as my education, I have a bachelor's degree in conservation and environmental science, a master's degree in urban planning, and an additional master's degree in public administration with a concentration in urban management. For the past 10 years, I have worked in the city of Phoenix in different positions related to planning and transportation planning, including high-capacity transit. And for the past 4 years, I have also worked as principal transportation planner in the role of pedestrian safety coordinator for the city. In that role, I managed a $2 million CIP for City of Phoenix to prevent pedestrian fatalities in the city, and I use crash data to analyze and recommend CIP projects, which I manage and advance all 40 of them. In my current role, I work in the city of Tempe as principal planner, and I lead the design review board, which reviews all of the developments for city of Tempe. In terms of issues facing Scottsdale and transportation, I have been a big proponent of a transportation network that allows all of our residents of all ages and abilities to be able to participate and get outside, get healthy, get good mental health benefits, and that should go beyond recreation, but also for folks to conduct their daily living activities, such as going to the grocery store, going to school. And I feel like we could have a more family-friendly transportation system that allows for those different options and also allows folks to be able to get outside and have different alternatives to their vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I see none. Thank you. So now I will entertain a vote for the Transportation Commission, and each council member can vote for one nominee. And we're going to start with Councilman Durham.
Mr. Marmon,
Councilman Graham.
Mr. Marmon.
Councilwoman Caputi.
Denise Doctor.
Councilwoman Janik.
Maylin Pankowitz.
Councilwoman Littlefield.
Robert Marvin.
Mayor Ortega.
Robert Marlin.
And I'll vote for Malin Penkowitz. And it looks like Mr. Marmon has been appointed. Thank you. This concludes our appointment process for today. I would like to thank all our nominees for their interest in serving on a city board or commission. We are fortunate to continue to receive qualified applicants for the positions on our boards and commissions. Even if you are not appointed today, your application will remain on file for consideration at a future date if there are additional openings. City staff will contact the individuals appointed this evening and provide them with information on next steps regarding the appointment. The City of Scottsdale is very fortunate to have such dedicated and talented individuals who are willing and ready to serve our city. So I'm turning it back to the mayor, and thank you.
Thank you. I move to adjourn the special meeting for the City Council. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, record your vote. Unanimous.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
We are adjourned. Now we will roll into our regular meeting. Are we okay with proceeding? I think we are. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. And therefore, I call the October 24th, 2023 City Council. Now we'll roll into our regular meeting. Okay with the proceeding?
A little bit of an echo.
I'm getting some interference, so I'll just wait a little bit. Okay. Okay, we are clear and ready to start the regular meeting. I call the October 24th, 2023 City Council regular meeting and study session to order. City Council Clerk Ben Lane, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor David Ortega?
Present.
Vice Mayor Solange Whitehead?
Here.
Council members Tammy Caputi?
Here.
Tom Durham? Councilmember Durham? Barry Graham?
Present.
Betty Janik?
Present.
And Kathy Littlefield.
Present.
City Manager Jim Thompson?
Present.
City Attorney Sherry Scott?
Here.
City Treasurer Sonia Andrews?
Here.
Acting City Auditor Lake Clough?
Here.
Councilmember Durham, are you there now?
So we do not hear a voice yet. Perhaps he's on mute, but let's request one more time.
The clerk is present. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. So we were expecting Councilman Durham remotely, and we'll get back to you on that. We have Scottsdale Police Detective Dustin Patrick, as well as Officer Ryan Lowing, as well as firefighter Brent Wheeler, if anyone requires their assistance. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Councilmember Barry Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also wish good luck to the Diamondbacks, Game 7 tonight, and my pleasure to lead the pledge. Pledge allegiance.
So we will begin. I wish to call our attention to the 20-month-old war in Ukraine and their struggle fighting for independence and freedom. So I'll call on together that we would have a pause for reflection together. Thank you. There's a great deal of turmoil and bloodshed in the world, so I will draw our attention to the Israel-Hamas war. Let us remember that Israel is our ally and that we reflect on peace and call for release of hostages and reflect on all the innocent lives that are being lost. Reflect in silence. Thank you. Well, for about an hour and 10 minutes, we had selection and interviews of boards and commissions. We appointed several new commissioners. I do want to mention that Scottsdale residents wanting to volunteer their time and bring about positive change in Scottsdale are invited to apply to the city board or commission. Applications are still open until October 31st. There are 9 boards and commissions, including Board of Adjustment, Judicial Appointments, Advisory Board, Public Safety Personnel Retirement Board. To learn more, it's a 2-part process. The first part is to put in an application, which are then reviewed by council in open session, and then once nominated, we would have interviews to fill those positions. We'll now go to the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Month proclamation. As you are aware, we have over 30,000 square foot preserve, the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve, and this month is especially important because it's the month, and I believe the year was 96 or so, when the Mayor and Council declared the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve. So I do have a presentation to read, and then the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy would be coming forward. I see Kelly there in the audience. Whereas the Sonoran Desert is a majestic, fragile region, and the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve consists of over 30,500 acres of protected natural open space with abundant wildlife, native plants, and geological wonders. And whereas the first volunteer steward training class was held 25 years ago this fall in partnership with the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy, Scottsdale Community College, and the City of Scottsdale. And whereas this partnership provides interactive ecological education, leading-edge scientific research, and recruits, trains, and directs over 700 tireless stewards for the benefit of visitors of all ages, and whereas the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Commission recommends to the City Council proactive and sustainable strategies, realistic funding mechanisms, master planning, and oversight to assure that our preserve remains intact for future generations. Therefore, I, David D. Ortega, Mayor of Scottsdale, do proclaim October 2023 as McDowell-Sonoran Preserve Month in Scottsdale and urge everyone to experience the beauty of our McDowell-Sonoran Preserve, to consider donating to the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy, and most of all, to thank the stewards and commissioners who volunteer to protect nature. If you'll come forward, appreciate it. Thanks, Kelly.
Let's all do it. We're all going to hang out with them.
Okay, by the way, the Diamondbacks game started, so anyone who wants to see that the Game 7, you're in the wrong venue, but there are sports bars close by. Speaking of entertainment in Scottsdale, let's go to a presentation of Experience Scottsdale. And our update will be from Rachel Sacco, President and CEO of Experience Scottsdale. Great to see you, Rachel.
May I ask you, am I advancing this way? Otherwise, I'll ask for assistance. This one?
You can just, I just do, yeah, I think it works.
Yes, that is working. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Rachel Sacco, President and CEO of Experience Scottsdale. I'm delighted to be here to just tell you a few of the things that we're working on to make sure that tourism is doing what it's supposed to do, not only for our industry, but for our residents at large. We know that tourism is definitely one of the most important industries in our community. And our job at Experience Scottsdale is to make sure that we're always delivering on our promise. Not just the brand promise when we put an ad out for a visitor, but the promise to you, our leadership, as well as our residents, that we are going to deliver ROI that keeps our community so successful. So last year, per our agreement with you, we completed a Destination International Marketing Accreditation Program. Not only were we accredited, but we were accredited with distinction, which is the highest honor for a destination marketing organization. Why does that matter? It matters, I hope, to you and to our residents because you are partnering with an organization that's not only effective and efficient, but is also helping to set the bar of excellence for our industry as well as for our community. Advertising effectiveness is something I'd like to talk about a little bit. So I may need to have may I have you help me there? Go to the next slide. Thank you so much. Last fiscal year, also at the council's request, the city commissioned a leading travel marketing research firm called Longwoods International to evaluate the effectiveness of our advertising, to make sure, is our advertising actually working? What is it doing? So you selected Longwoods, and Longwoods actually found that the Experience Scottsdale campaigns in 3 of our major markets, New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, actually generated hundreds of thousands of room nights from leisure visitors from those markets that, according to Longwoods, might not otherwise have ever traveled to Scottsdale. They also reported that Experience Scottsdale's return on investment is $116 in visitor spending and an additional $4 in tax revenue for every $1 that Experience Scottsdale spends on advertising. They also said that was one of the strongest ROIs that Longwoods has analyzed in any destination marketing organization in the entire country. If I can go to the next slide. So I want to tell you about a few of the things that we're doing. Every year we have performance measures, always in our contract. Last year you gave us 19 performance measures. Not only did we meet them, we exceeded every single one of them. And I'd like to talk to you about 4 of those that really move the needle for tourism and our residents. Number 1 is marketing. What you see here, it really doesn't do it justice, but we call it, this was in New York City in January and February. This is our See What Blooms in the Desert campaign. We took over in New York City 6 highly trafficked subway stations and train stations from one end of Manhattan to the other, and basically we wrapped everything that we could, from stairs and pillars and windows, etc., with our messaging, but also with these beautiful desert images. This campaign was seen by 6 million weekly commuters, and we also coupled it with digital advertising throughout the whole destination of New York and a television broadcast. Next slide, please, Holly. So the goal of all of our campaigns is that we want to have people go to our website. It's really important because it's there that they get inspired. It's there they find out about the arts, the resorts, all the other things that they can do here, and they usually end up booking. So last year we captured over 3.6 million website user sessions. The website is so important that we actually, in April, unveiled a website redesign. We spent over a year planning and developing the website to make sure that when you go to our website, whether you're a resident locally or whether you're a visitor, it is the best experience that you can have. Our website, which was done completely in-house by our creative team, which saved us thousands and thousands of dollars, was actually used as a sample of excellence at a conference that was hosted by SimpleView. The irony is, SimpleView, their job is to design those websites for other destination marketing organizations, and yet they chose ours, which was done in-house, as one of their best examples of a great website. Next slide, please. PR is really important because it helps leverage the marketing messages that we actually put out across the globe. And during last fiscal year, we generated 1,600 positive media hits about the Scottsdale market area. One of the best ways that we can actually get that kind of coverage is to host those journalists here. We don't just bring them here, we actually curate their itinerary, we make sure they see the things that we want them to write about, and throughout the year we had 186 domestic and international media that then wrote great stories about Scottsdale. Next slide, please. International visitation is back. Why does it matter? Because they stay longer and they spend more. What our job is to actually train the travel advisors that are working with those clients. And it's really important because if we're not training them, they may not know about Scottsdale and they may not know how to sell it to their clients. Last year, we connected with over 3,275 travel professionals and trained them how to sell Scottsdale. So this is really important for us, and it's really important that we developed a new partnership last year. It's called Virtuoso, is our new partner. Virtuoso is the global consortium of luxury travel advisors. You can't just join it as a travel advisor or a destination. You must be invited. Scottsdale as a destination was invited to be a partner. And why does that matter? It's because this is how we get exposure to the cream of the crop of the luxury clientele that work with these travel advisors. And last year, as an example, because of the partnership, we were able to reach 640 travel luxury advisors in 21 countries. And now they know how to speak Scottsdale and how to sell Scottsdale to their luxury clients. Next slide. The last thing I want to talk about is the meetings market. Every successful destination has a group base, whether it's corporate, association, medical, pharmaceutical, or whatever. And I'm really proud to tell you that as a result of just the Experience Scottsdale leads that we generated that turned into bookings, we actually were up 27% in those bookings year over year. 27%. And the estimated future economic impact of those bookings that we generated is $107 million. That is up 85% year over year. And I can tell you that's something that means a lot to our resorts and hotels that generate the bed tax. Our sales team is really serious about making sure that we know what our clients want. You would think that every destination does this, but they don't. What I'm talking about is we go out and we meet and have focus groups with sports, with medical, with pharmaceutical, with all corporate association, all sorts of different segments of the meetings industry to find out what we can do better, what our properties can do better, what our destination can do better, and then we train our hotels and resorts and our tourism partners as to how they can meet those obligations. That's one of the reasons that your sales team at Experience Scottsdale is one of the most respected in the industry. I say that not just to brag, but to tell you that we're constantly getting accolades, which I hope you're proud of. As an example, one of the most meaningful is one of our partners throughout the industry, Helms Briscoe, named us for the second year in a row the U.S. Destination Partner of the Year for the way that we are actually contributing to the industry, but also representing our destination. So the last slide. I want to just let you know that now we're into our new fiscal year. What are we actually working on? Things that I think you really care about. Sustainability. We're also focusing on actually the international market again. For the first time ever, we are taking our advertising through the digital area directly to consumers overseas. We're focusing first on the UK. That is a huge market, and the fact that we can actually go direct to consumer is not something that most destinations of our size can do. We're on the road again. In the next few weeks, we're going to be in Canada, Germany, New York, Las Vegas, Philadelphia, and even beyond. But one of the things that I want to close with that I'm most excited about is our marketing team is taking all of the research that the Longwoods team actually found out when they were researching our ads, and we are actually doing an advertising program refresh. The whole advertising campaign will take advantage of what have we learned about what consumers who see our ads want to see and what don't they want to see. And I'd like to come back to you in the spring and show you a brand new television commercial, as well as new ads, social ads, and digital ads. And I can guarantee you, you're going to be as excited as I think I am, because it is one of the most authentically Scottsdale campaigns we will ever produce in my 38 years there. And frankly, we're looking to actually have experiences that are only can be done in Scottsdale. So I want to close by thanking you for all of your support. I want to thank Vice Mayor Whitehead for being on our board and coming back to you and hopefully talking to you about the things that we're doing. Also, City Manager Thompson for being on our board and making sure that we're always in compliance and doing the things that you want us to do. Without your support, we could not be as successful as we want to be. So thank you for telling the residents about our programs and again, for all of your support. Thank you.
Good. You could stay there, Rachel, for a minute. I do want everyone to be aware that Councilman Durham is on and has been, he is remote. We have Councilwoman Janik, Councilwoman Caputi, and Councilmember Graham wishing to speak. Go ahead, Councilwoman Janik.
Well, Rachel, what I want to say is you continue to exceed expectations.
Thank you.
And at the same time, you maintain your base. And you are to be complimented for that. And I really like the desert colors and the New York subway ads. So thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caputi.
Rachel, I just really want to thank you for always giving us such specific data and measurements and just all of the numbers so that we can take a really good look at the ROI to the city and make sure that our dollars are being well spent and that we have a very good way to measure. You've certainly set the bar so high for everyone. And I also really appreciate that you've kept us up to date regularly. Those emails that you send through our council emails to make sure that, again, we have the actual specific data and we understand what we're getting for the public dollars that we contribute is incredibly helpful to us when we make decisions. So thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Graham, then Vice Mayor Whitehead.
Rachel, can you go back to the slide or the dollars spent for the residuals or?
Thank you.
Can you re-explain that real quick, every dollar spent?
According to the research firm that you and the city staff hired to actually analyze our marketing efforts, they are saying that for every $1 that's spent in advertising, the bookings that actually come here, that might not otherwise come here, this is according to Longwoods, generates $116 per dollar spent in visitor spending. This is a $3.2 billion industry. I'm not quite sure how that parses out necessarily. We did not do this effectiveness study, but they did. And $4 in state and local tax revenue. If you'd like more information, I could certainly meet with you offline and we can go through the report with you.
No, that's an amazing return. I'm going to have to ask Sony, our city treasurer, we're going to move everything over to you. You're going to spend all of our money now.
I appreciate that so much, council member, and I do want to say that they actually said, and we're competing with a lot of destination marketing organizations, Las Vegas, Miami, Orlando, Los Angeles, and it goes on, and that this was the most effective, cost-effective campaign that they had actually seen in the U.S. Forgive me for bragging, but I think it's your bragging rights, and I'm really, really proud of it.
Well, if we could, expand that return on anything, that would be great. So thank you, Rachel, for coming and talking to us tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Whitehead.
I'll just ditto what everybody said, but also that I was just tickled that you guys did that incredible website in-house. So it's not just, doing the job you do that you're hired to do well, but just at every level. So thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I attended the breakfast when all the numbers were reviewed in detail, and my main takeaway, and there was really good coverage by the papers, but my main takeaway was that 9 out of 10 people who come here will recommend to their family or friends to visit Scottsdale, and that's a very, very strong, return of friends and recommendation that really is solid. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor, for all of your support and all of you. Thanks.
Well, next we will move on with our regularly scheduled program. During tonight's meeting, the council may make a motion to recess into executive session to obtain legal advice on any applicable item on the agenda. If authorized by the council, the executive session will begin immediately and will not be open to the public. The public meeting would resume following the executive session. Also, per our council rules of procedure, citizens attending city council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to members of the council and city staff. Unauthorized remarks or demonstrations from the audience, such as applause, stamping of feet, whistles, boos, yells, and/or other demonstrations shall not be permitted. Violation of these rules could result in removal from the meeting by security staff. Next, we will move on to public comment. Public comment is reserved for Scottsdale citizens, Scottsdale business owners, and/or property owners to comment on non-agendized items that are within the council's jurisdiction. Advocacy for or against a candidate or ballot measure during a council meeting is not allowed pursuant to state law and is therefore not deemed to be within the council's jurisdiction. No official action can be taken on public comments, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes to address the council. If you wish to speak on a non-agendized item, please check with the city clerk. We have received one request, and that is from Brent Bieser. If he would come forward, state your place of residence, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm not sure if the Elmo machine is going here. My name is Brent Bieser. I live at 7317, I live at 7317 East Vista Drive in Scottsdale. I'm a registered architect. I've been practicing for about 40 years, been submitting things to the city of Scottsdale for 39 of those 40. The reason I'm coming here is actually at the suggestion of Joe Young, the Planning Commission, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, and I walked him through the challenge that we're having. And the property that I'm actually wanting to talk about is this SR property that's located right here. to help us get our bearings here. It's located at the northeast corner of Scottsdale Road and Vista. The Doubletree Paradise Valley Resort doesn't quite have is actually to the north. This is the separation line between Scottsdale to the south and Paradise Valley to the north. And this property is currently going through a staff review right now. And this existing building here is getting basically gutted and stripped to the shell and is going to be having a new rebuild happening onto it. And it is currently basically being done entirely at a staff level. Now, I know probably some decades ago, anything SR-oriented was required to go through DR board. Actually, they used to call it design review, but I guess it's development review now. And the staff has decided that they are choosing not to take it through, even though, as a member of the Vista Bonita Architectural Review Board, we've actually asked for them to bring this forward and have it go through DR because of some genuine challenges that we've been having on this property. And one of the big challenges we've been having is that the city of the town of Paradise Valley, actually, when the hotel purchased this building back in the mid-90s, they actually wrote an easement to share parking from the hotel into this SR parcel. And what they were doing was there's actually a wall opening right here and a gate. And what they would do is they would park, buses idling at all different hours of the day and night. They would park empty trailers. The valets would come through the gate here, park the cars, and then when they would leave, instead of going back through the gate, they would turn onto Scottsdale Road and do the Mario Andretti all the way back to the lobby. And the challenge that we're having is this whole thing is zoned as SR, but for some reason, the staff seems to be looking the other way as far as any kind of SR enforcement on the parking. And, with the idea that we have, many years of challenges with this parking being abused by the hotel, and considering that it's got brand new ownership here just recently in the last, I think, month or two, new ownership for the hotel, we're hoping that we could get some kind of cooperation and some enforcement of the zoning ordinance. The SR, as you know, is a very, neighborhood-friendly type of zoning. And according to the parking ordinance, see if we can get that on there. According to the parking ordinance, the purpose of it is to mitigate potential and adverse impacts upon the land and adjacent parking uses. I'll tell you, there's nothing potential about it. It is genuine adverse that we're having. And what we would like to do is see if we could have council or somebody put the brakes on this, because right now this thing is teed up to get approved at a staff level, and we're just trying to see if we could get this thing reined in a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Beezer, and we've exceeded the 3 minutes, but I would invite you to, if you have not already, write a memo so we can look at that file and trace it down and get back to you on that.
Okay,
so I
that'd be great.
appreciate.
Who should I make that out to? Because staff has really not been any help.
Well, I would suggest you send it to Councilman Graham. Oh, wait.
He's in trouble?
Yeah, send it to him, and then he'll forward it to the right party. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good. Okay, next we have added an item to our agenda.
Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. The rookie, whatever. Okay. Next, regarding the agenda, item number 32A was added to the agenda on October 19th, 2023, and requires a separate vote to remain on the agenda as presented or to be continued to the next scheduled council meeting, November 13th. I would like a motion to add it to the agenda.
Mayor, I motion to add 32A to tonight's agenda.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. For the discussion, please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
Thank you. Accordingly, we have added item 32A to the agenda. Next, I would request a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting minutes from September 19th, 2023, executive session minutes of September 19th, 2023, regular meeting minutes of September 19th, 2023.
So move. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Littlefield and a second by Ms. Janik. Please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
Thank you. We are unanimous. Those minutes are accepted. Now we have our consent. We move on to our consent agenda items, which are items 1 through 32A. Please note that all of these items have a complete file and are available in a long form as well. Do council members have any questions on the consent agenda items or request more information on a consent agenda item? Okay. And just moving on, just so you're aware that we also, as consent agenda items, have the opportunity for the public to comment on any consent agenda items. So at this point, perhaps what I'll do is let's open for the public comment. I see one request to speak on item number 32, City Manager Employment Agreement. That is James Davis. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes, and we'll add an extra minute because Jan Dubakis has assigned her time. So you have 4 minutes, sir. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Ortega and Vice Chair Solange Whitehead. I'm James Davis. I live at 47382 North 103rd Way, Scottsdale 85262. I'm here to speak, obviously, on the agenda item 32. This is an exhibit to the contract that's being proposed. It's an amazing exhibit. It's astonishing, in fact. The council is hiring a chief administrator for the city of Scottsdale, and this exhibit tells us a lot about the status of what's going on. You'll notice, astonishingly, there's nothing in this exhibit that refers to performance expectations, accomplishments, or responsibilities. Instead, there are 4 items, all basically current managerial and personal attributes of the manager. He has to be in the office 1.25 days a week. He has to meet with his direct reports once every 3 months. He has to keep the city council advised of his personal schedule and any changes to it. He has to inform the city council, thereby getting approval for any staffing changes of his direct reports. I spent 40 years in corporate America, most of those in executive positions. My last positions, I supervised and had direct reports or indirect reports from at least 40 employees who had employment contracts. If I had presented an employment contract to my board of directors or my chief executive officers, I would have been terminated. They would say, first of all, why is this employee even being considered for this job when you have to tell him to be in the office 1.25 days a week? You have to tell him keep you advised of his personal schedule. You have to tell him to make sure he meets with his direct reports once every 3 months. 3 months? You got to be kidding. This is a joke. I'm convinced that this exhibit tells me that you on the council have no confidence in this man. You're not willing to accept his performance. He gave notice to retire well over a year ago. The council has done nothing to replace him, and now you're proposing to rehire him at a salary greater than the salary of any other city manager in the state of Arizona and handcuff him with an employment contract that's embarrassing. I personally wouldn't sign it. It's insulting, but it's necessary because his performance is so lacking. I will cite 4 quick examples that I personally know about of his failures. One is the city credit card program, mismanaged. 2 is the Axon Taser contract, where it was not managed correctly and the city pays more for a fire station. 3 was the whole handling of the bond issue, cost estimates, and now we have projects that are well over cost, budget, and not started yet. So with that, I don't understand why the council is signing this fella up for another term. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, I would close public comment on consent agenda items. Again, just looking if anybody needs further clarification on council and seeing, okay, Councilmember Graham, do you have a question? Or
Oh, Mr. Mayor, we spoke earlier about the one item I was going to.
Excuse me, I'm just saying, do you have do you wish that it be changed to regular agenda, or do you have a question regarding?
Yes, please.
Item
that's what I was.
22, is that it?
Yes, please.
So, excuse me, what did you want it on regular?
Regularize it.
Okay, so a councilman has requested that item number 22, the ambulance services contract extension, be moved to regular agenda. However, and then any other request? Seeing none, I'm open to a motion regarding items, consent agenda items, excluding item number 22.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt items, consent agenda items 1 through 32A with the exception of 22.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
Thank you. We are unanimous. Next, we will move on to regular agenda items 33 and 34, pointing out that item number 22 will be presented. I would, in a regular agenda, as a regular agenda item, so I will call forward for a presentation on item number 22, ambulance services contract, and we have the Fire Chief Tom Shannon making the presentation. Great to see you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I don't have a prepared presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
But why not just review, just generally speaking, this contract is, we have a full narrative here.
Very good.
And just to
very good. So
the
item before you is really procedural. It is an extension of our existing contract with Maricopa Ambulance, who has served the city in partnership with us for, the better part of 7 years, I believe now. This would extend that contract by 3 years if necessary, shortened only by the assumption of the city for ambulance transportation responsibilities. There's nothing of really any notable items that has changed regarding the contract stipulations. We still will receive fees for riding in to the hospital with patients. We still will receive an amount to contribute to a quality assurance member of the organization. And we also will receive some funds contributed to the medical direction of medical services in the fire department. Beyond that, there are no changes to the contract.
So we're looking at the same level of service, the same vendor contractor relationship with the city of Scottsdale, and moving forward under all those same terms and conditions. As far as looking at the performance, it's always met the requirements. Is that correct?
It has. They are compliant with all of the requirements of the contract, and in the areas where they have had some deficiencies, they're always accountable to those deficiencies within the contract, specifically fees related to delayed response times and things like that. So we have an ongoing relationship with Maricopa that still is effective. So yes, sir.
Okay, so it did withstand the interruptions and the complications of COVID, et cetera, which is a measure as well. Okay, I see Councilmember Graham and then Councilwoman Janik.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Shannon, thank you for coming and talking to us tonight. I was going to ask what your satisfaction level was with the vendor, and then you mentioned the word or the term deficiencies. Are you generally satisfied, and can you say a little more about those deficiencies?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Graham, yes, we have an outstanding collaborative relationship with Maricopa. They entered into a relationship with the city as a new provider in the area. They had the executive staff of Maricopa Ambulance has been in the Arizona ambulance transportation business for decades. Some of you may recall that we had interest in applying for a certificate of necessity to have our own ambulance transportation service some years ago. We opted to contract with Maricopa Ambulance. We've had a very effective and collaborative relationship, but that was based on the understanding that we would someday assume ambulance transportation responsibilities. To the mayor's point and observation, COVID served as a challenge for everyone in pre-hospital medicine for staffing. Maricopa was challenged with some staffing issues. They were also challenged with resource depletion because of the use of those resources to move patients from hospital to hospital versus the commitment that they have to the pre-hospital environment. It's a little bit unfair for me to generalize without representatives from Maricopa here, but I would say there has been no area of concern that would rise to the level of contract concerns with Maricopa.
As far as no deficiencies you think that would jeopardize the contract status?
Not in my view, sir, no.
Okay. And then Chief Shannon, you mentioned, the intention as far as the CON and, sort of a transition. Is there any, I looked through the contract, is there any sort of penalty for early termination or, because I know this is not going to be a night and day change, but maybe more of a transitional. How would that hypothetically work?
I'm not clear exactly what you're asking. The contract does have provisions for both their termination of the contract or ours, should we seek it. There are considerations for any breach of contract that are typical, but I don't think that that's applicable to this conversation. We are working hand in hand with Maricopa as we seek this ambulance transportation service for the city, and we have an intention to have a relationship with either Maricopa or another provider in the form of a dispatch agreement once we assume that CON. A dispatch agreement is slightly different than a contract with a provider in that both parties are accountable to the geography and those response times. However, the performance requirement for our services would be ultimately the city's responsibility.
Sure.
So it's only because we have a relationship with Maricopa that I feel comfortable with that kind of arrangement.
Very good. Mayor, thank you. Chief Shannon, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilwoman Janik?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Graham asked my question, so I'm good. Thank you.
I move to approve item number 22
A second.
regarding ambulance services contract extension, adopt resolution 12941 authorizing the city to approve contract number 2017-163 City of Scottsdale. A is an alpha 4, approving the second 3-year extension of the ambulance services contract with Maricopa Ambulance.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
Thank you. Then that is unanimous. Next, we'll move on to the regular agenda item, posted item number 33, named Swags Rezoning, case number 2ZN 2023. The applicant has requested a continuance on this item. This request was received yesterday per our council rule number 9.2. To be granted as a matter of right, requests for continuance must be received by the city clerk at least 2 business days before the council meeting. Since this request was not received by last Friday, it cannot be granted as a matter of right. The continuance request can still be made by the applicant, but is subject to public comment and may or may not be granted at the reasonable discretion of the council by a simple majority vote. First, we will hear a presentation on the continuance. We're talking about the continuance only request from the applicant, and then hear any public comment on the continuance request. So the presentation would be a formal request by the applicant requesting consideration for a motion to continue. May we have Jordan Rose, Rose Law Group, speak on the continuance. And I also show one public comment on this case. So, name, place of residence, and thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Jordan Rose on behalf of WAGS, which is a high-end restaurant proposed in downtown Scottsdale. We were notified of the supermajority vote requirement and want to spend a few weeks to work on some of the issues that were brought up, and we would hope that you would grant us a continuance until November 20th or December 4th. Thank you so much.
So you met the legal protest that was filed and duly certified. So the request again is for a continuance for a specific date, and you repeat that date again, please?
Yes, Mayor or Vice Mayor, either November 20th or December 4th, whichever the council prefers.
Thank you, and we will check with
Thank
our
you.
clerk to see which would suffice.
Mayor, either date is available to the applicant.
Okay, and perhaps the further one might allow more time. But nevertheless, now we open public comment. I have one request to speak from Tim Lasota regarding the continuance request.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, Tim Lasota here, 2198 East Camelback Road in Phoenix. I don't need to be heard on the continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, may I hear a motion from the council and a second? Excuse me, and I have Councilwoman Janik wishes to speak about the continuance issue.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
please do so first. And then-
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and hopefully this is okay to be talking about. Number one, I'm very happy that we have a continuance. There are some issues that I would ask both parties to resolve. One is the problem of parking. The community wants real parking spaces, not phantom parking spaces. Number two, there are concerns about noise, which I believe can be resolved. And it is my hope that both parties see that by having 2 high-end restaurants, very close to each other. There is a synergy between the two that will enhance both. Because if we can get that part of our entertainment district to now be recognized as an area where people can come for high-end dining, it will help both of you. So I just wanted to encourage both parties to work together in a spirit of compromise and cooperation. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to accept the motion for continuance.
Okay, and to the date of either 28th or the... To be determined, do you have a preference on the date, just so that we could make that work?
December 5th.
December 4th. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilwoman Janik to allow the continuance for the case 2ZN 2023 to be heard on the 4th of December. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, now discussion. Councilmember Graham.
Very briefly, thank you, Mayor. And I was looking forward to staff re-educating us on the In Lieu program. We've studied it many times, and every time I study it, I feel like I know less. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for continuance, December 4th. Please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
So it is unanimous, and we'll see you in 2 months. At this point, we will turn to the item number 34 on the regular agenda. Again, if you're, okay, this is regarding the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan Update. Phase 1, our presenter is Adam Yaron, Planning and Development Area Manager. Also, we, again, are open to comments, but I don't see any public comment on item number 34. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and members of City Council. My name is Adam Yaron. I'm with the city's long-range planning department presenting case 5GP 2021 concerning the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan update with what we've now titled Phase 1 of the updates. To provide some background, City Council provided direction to review, conduct public outreach, and potentially update the 2018 Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan, affected sections of our zoning ordinance that relate to downtown, address the downtown infill incentive district, as well as review and update, following the conclusion of this process, our Old Town Urban Design and Architectural Guidelines. To give some background on the timeline of this project, we'll really acknowledge the adoption by City Council of our community's general plan, which took place in June of 2021, followed a voter ratification in November of 2021 by the city's electorate. In between that time, this council updated or asked for an initiation to update those items that were previously mentioned, and following that initiation, as seen on screen, there was a robust public outreach effort that really spanned the tail end of the pandemic and the last couple of years, to be exact. So why that's important is that our public notification process has been broad and reached many different community groups during a variety of different times, both in email and print format. We reached out to known community groups, and albeit perhaps not all were comfortable in attending in person, we provided online opportunities for folks to engage in the update process. That public participation showed itself, as I stated, in both fall and spring of 2021 and 22, in-person open houses, and then continuation of self-guided open houses, which took place in the latter part of 22. During the winter of 2023, we had an in-person open house to present the findings of the broader process, and continued our self-guided open house during that time as well. Now, the items that we'll be covering this evening cover those items that were directed by City Council to be reviewed and updated. Topically, what we'll be discussing this evening are those items only identified in yellow, which include vision and values, definition of mixed use, open space, and the provision of quality development. As it relates to the other items that are shown on screen, that will take place in a subsequent item that this council will hear at the latter part of this year, and we'll address it as follows. So with respect to the proposed amendments and the public input received, again, we looked at a variety of different topics. The Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan as a policy document, the zoning ordinance, the Downtown Infill Incentive District and Plan, which was repealed by this council on 9/5, and again, a forthcoming Old Town Scottsdale Urban Design and Architectural Guidelines update. The text that will be shown on the next series of slides identifies two different items. One, text in yellow, which is a proposed draft amendment, and then any item that was identified with an orange text is based directly on public input received following the draft, the publication of the draft plan. Now, we'll be covering 4 different topics. I'll take breaks at each point in time to allow for council to respond or comment on those items. But to start with vision and values, to provide some background, the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan has served as a comprehensive policy document to guide growth and development in Old Town Scottsdale for more than 35 years. The vision and values section in the plan establishes the goals, policies, and implementation programs necessary to achieve such a vision. The plan consists of 5 chapters, predominantly land use, character and design, mobility, arts and culture, and economic vitality. Vision statements are generally inspirational, lofty, and ambitious. They don't contain details or steps. And for Old Town Scottsdale, the existing 2018 vision statement, although updated to include more contemporary language, is the same as that which was provided in the 2009 Downtown Plan update, established through an extensive public outreach effort that we've presented to this council before. Now, the general plan vision statement acknowledges Old Town in the 4th community aspiration of the community's general plan, which is distinctive character. And those items that relate specifically to Old Town include that Scottsdale will respect and be sensitive to our history and legacy found in the heart of Old Town, which will define our sense of place. With respect to what we heard through our public outreach process and what's proposed in the draft plan is support for the vision and values as written, and support to revise the vision to remove the word metropolitan. So what's been presented is the update vision statement to remove metropolitan, and we had public comments to add and maintain such that the vision reads as follows. Comprised of its unique districts, Old Town Scottsdale is a dynamic city center which recognizes and maintains its Western heritage while boldly looking to its future. That concludes the presentation specifically on vision and values. Mayor Ortega, Vice Mayor Whitehead, members of City Council, if there's any comments on or questions, I'm happy to respond to what's been presented thus far.
Thank you. I would say, generally speaking, that we, as council, took the task of the vision statement through a full process, meeting as a committee of a whole, and then that was, again, approved by the electorate, the voters. So that provides the direction that we're carrying forward today, and I appreciate that. Essentially, our council is, as we transacted the general plan 2035 with one additional council member. So move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the provision of mixed-use development. The newly ratified General Plan 2035 is a primary tool for guiding the future of the city. It contains the community's goals and policies to guide growth and development for all of Scottsdale and implemented through its ordinances, regulations, and recommendations for city boards, commissions, and decisions made by City Council. The General Plan contains a definition for mixed-use neighborhoods, a definition that broadly applies to mixed-use areas found throughout the city, including Old Town. Mixed-use neighborhoods are areas of the city that focus on human-scale development, accommodate higher density housing combined with complementary office or retail uses, and are suitable within growth areas of which Old Town is designated as such. The general plan definition of mixed-use neighborhoods does not specify a breakdown of land uses, nor require a certain percentage of land uses to constitute a mix of uses. Additionally, The Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan provides a definition for mixed use that is similar to and aligns with the definition provided within the general plan. It defines mixed use as allowing more than one type of land use in a building or set of buildings where the mixture of land uses can be developed horizontally in multiple buildings or vertically within the same building. The Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan existing definition of mixed use does not specify a breakdown of land uses, nor require a certain percentage of land uses to constitute a mix of uses. Now, the Scottsdale zoning ordinance is a legal instrument that defines specific permitted land uses and associated development standards such as building height, setbacks, and setbacks for every property within the city. The zoning ordinance provides a definition for mixed use that is similar to the definition provided within the general plan and the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan, in that it defines mixed use as a development that contains non-residential and residential uses that are arranged either horizontally and or vertically within a development's area. The zoning ordinance definition does not specify, again, a breakdown of land uses or require percentages to constitute that mix of uses. Now, we looked at other Valley communities in terms of how they identify a mix of uses, and as noted on the right side of the screen, staff conducted a review of our Valley benchmark cities, specifically on how their zoning ordinance defines mixed use and further how the development standards within their zoning ordinance regulate such. The majority of the Valley benchmark cities definitions aligns with the mixed use definition utilized within the Scottsdale zoning ordinance. A combination of two or more differing land uses within a parcel or structure. The outlier was the city of Phoenix, which further defined such as a development with a minimum of 50% of the ground floor that is different from the use within the floor above it. In terms of the development standards, other communities typically allow development standards to be prescribed by each development plan. Others, however, include regulatory development standards specific to mixed-use development that limit residential to upper floors, limit the amount of residential to the ground floor, and issues to address conditional use permits to allow for ground floor residential or to incentivize non-residential use. So participants of the public outreach efforts generally had expressed some support to regulate those ground level uses, as well as support for non-residential land uses that activate the ground floor, specifically in areas between the Goldwater and Drinkwater couplet, as well as maintaining the character of the downtown core and historic Old Town, while also we were told and explained that there was continued support for development flexibility. So what's proposed in the draft plan is that we've added one definition and modified another to be consistent with the adopted and ratified Scottsdale General Plan, which is the addition of horizontal mixed use. And with respect to modifying vertical mixed use, we've struck industrial as the land use, as it's not a predominant land use within our Old Town area. That concludes the presentation on mixed-use development and how it's addressed within the plan. I'm happy to answer any questions on this specific item, or I'll move on. I'll take your cue, Mayor Ortega.
Okay, so overall, there would just be firewalls between different uses. For instance, if there was a restaurant next to a residential, those are just code requirements. As long as it met code, it could go horizontal or vertical. But the preference that I don't see here necessarily is for pedestrian-friendly ground level. The word pedestrian hasn't quite come up yet, but I mean, that's why we're favoring more active uses and interactive pedestrian level at the lower, at the ground level versus more private spaces, residential balcony or whatever, roof deck for residential purposes versus, you know, having your patio out at the sidewalk for personal use. You'll probably get that later, but I mean, that's the overall thrust of why we are looking at, generally speaking, a pedestrian-friendly environment versus just a residential pockets. That's just one comment, but I wanted to mention that's also why we came about some of this discussion when I participated in a couple of these sessions with the public. encouraging the pedestrian side. You probably have that under open space later on, but it really is a consideration. Thank you. Move on.
Thank you. Moving on to the provision of open space. The Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan has a chapter titled The Character and Design, which includes a focus on Old Town's architectural and urban design, pedestrian environment, and open space. With respect to the community's ratified general plan, the plan expresses the city's commitment to providing, maintaining, enhancing, and expanding both active and passive open spaces throughout the community to serve local citizens and remain a highly desirable tourism destination. There are goals and policies throughout the plan that speak to this, but primarily the ones that speak most specifically to the application within Old Town are shown on screen, and I won't read them explicitly, but they're available there for your review. In review of the public spaces and connectivity master plan, participants of public outreach efforts supported the use of such a graphic to guide development of new or expansion of existing public realm open space areas and pedestrian connections. However, participants pointed out that the map could be made clearer with an emphasis on connections within and between open spaces. So the proposed amended Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan provides an updated public spaces and connectivity graphic that reflects both entitled and desired open spaces and connections throughout Old Town. Proposed amendments to the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan provide for an updated pedestrian connectivity map that reflects the updated street network and aligns with proposed changes to the definitions of pedestrian place, pedestrian supportive, and pedestrian compatible definitions. The map and definitions have been updated to more clearly convey the hierarchy that's desired within Old Town. Additionally, there was a community comment to rename what was previously titled as Museum Square. We've since replaced that pedestrian place as Loloma Plaza on the map as well. But again, this is just to communicate how we've responded to public comments over time. Now, with respect to those hierarchies of pedestrian spaces, there's an expanded definition within the plan, but the three primary areas that are within the Old Town Character Area Plan include pedestrian place. One example is, again, the Marshall Way Bridge and Southbridge area that have wider sidewalks, outdoor dining, traffic moving at lower speeds, and frequent crossing opportunities that would really speak to the type of detail that Mayor Ortega, you referenced. Pedestrian supportive includes an example of Indian School Road, where wide sidewalks separated from traffic and shade trees are provided, and bicycles are available and accommodated in an on-street bike lane. And then pedestrian compatible, which perhaps may not have the same activity as the two other designations. One example being Drinkwater Boulevard, which accommodates the pedestrian with a landscape-separated sidewalk, but again doesn't provide those same amenities that we might expect with greater intensity. We just reviewed open space, the public spaces and connectivity map, and the pedestrian connectivity map and associated definitions. Mayor Ortega, members of council, I'm happy to answer any questions on those items at this point.
Sure, we have a hand up from Vice Mayor Whitehead and Councilwoman Janik.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was trying to, so in looking at this, I was trying to identify, it's still hard, I guess, to read, what are considered new, or who made the decision where new open space will be. For instance, there was quite a bit of, I think this is the plaza, there's quite a bit of open space negotiated in some of these developments, but for projects that haven't come forward, how did you decide where we need a pocket park or more open space? How was that done?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Whitehead, members of City Council. I believe you're referencing this graphic here, and this graphic is really intended to be a tool for staff to have conversations with the development community and is intended to show and communicate open space and the connections to open space within Old Town. As you're all aware, there is no open space requirement within Old Town, and so that's why at scale it doesn't look like there's a lot of defined areas, but our biggest open space amenities within Old Town are the city's civic center area, as well as the ball fields. And so what we've tried to communicate is, again, we've accounted for public open space areas that we know have been entitled, and hope to use this as a tool to leverage the conversation in a positive way with future development as well.
Okay, so a couple more questions. First is, let's see, the Rose Garden, because council has directed that to be, to move forward on a park there, and I'm trying to.
Vice Mayor, which page are you on?
I am on page 775 of 986. Sorry. So it's, I guess I'm trying to decide, is that on this map?
Vice Mayor Whitehead, members of City Council, in fact, it is. And again, at scale, it's not shown as a predominant feature.
Okay.
But we have received and we've looked at that council initiation and I think the draft site plan and overlaid it within the character area plan to ensure that, again, we're showing it correctly.
Okay, and then finally, there was going to be a way for a cyclist to get through Civic Center Plaza or that general area so you're trying to get from downtown to the Greenbelt without being on Indian School. I don't know, I can't tell if there's a new pedestrian path there. Maybe, I guess maybe I should just meet with you offline. This is hard for me to read, but thank you. So I'll see what my other colleagues have to say.
Okay, Councilwoman Janik, and then Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on slide number 27. And I need some input from my fellow council members on this. We are trying to engage our Museum of the West. We are trying to get more people to see it. But we're going away from Museum Square to La Loma Plaza. Now, I've been here almost 20 years. La Loma Plaza doesn't have a whole lot of meaning for me.
Right.
It may be historical. It may be that it probably is that certain members of the community think, wow, this is great. But if we're trying to engage Museum Square, wouldn't it help, the Museum of the West? Wouldn't it reinforce that by keeping it Museum Square? And I'm open to points of view or discussion later, whatever, but that was something that's stuck out to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham.
I agree with that. Part of it, I thought there was sort of a synergy to Western Spirit and all the museums that in that area. Can you just remind us again, this item tonight is phase 1. What do the future phases look like, Mr. Yaron?
Thank you, Councilmember Graham and members of City Council. With respect to this item, which is a request for action by City Council, this is only focused on the character area plan as a policy document. We're not discussing or addressing anything related to the city zoning ordinance. That'll be in a subsequent phase. And as it relates to the phase 2 of this update relative to the character area plan, it'll be specifically focusing on the development types map and how that dovetails with the zoning ordinance. So we're trying to focus on big, broad policy this evening, and then we'll get into the details of building height, bonus height, stuff like that in a subsequent update.
There's a lot of blue font in here. Am I to take it that the blue font, when I look at the Old Town Scottsdale character area plan, the blue font is the new font? Is that right?
That's correct.
This is not a minor change. This is significant changes, isn't it?
Councilmember Graham, that's somewhat subjective. in terms of how significant it may be, but we do think that all the changes are meaningful and based on public input received. Again, it's only focusing on policy.
Like there are significant numbers of, in the glossary, for example.
Yes.
New additions. And can you talk a little bit about some of those additions?
I'm happy to respond to that, Councilmember Graham.
I guess, are we there, is that at a later section in the presentation?
It's in a later section, but I'm happy to address it now.
Let's wait, let's wait.
Okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
You know what I'll do is I'll just ask Councilman Durham if he had a comment, just to be aware that he is remote. If not, then I'll move on to Councilwoman Littlefield and then back to Councilman Durham. Go ahead.
My comment was pretty fast and simple. I agree with Councilwoman Janik on the change of the name. The pedestrian place identification is Museum Square with La Loma Plaza. I think La Loma is an older name and one that's being kind of blocked out. I think Museum Square is more modern, it's more up-to-date, and it's more reflective of what's happening in that area. So I kind of agree with her that that is more descriptive and more up-to-date. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Durham, and I agree. I agree with Councilmember Janik and Littlefield about the naming of the square. I really think we want to emphasize the presence of the museum, and so I think it's much better to label it as the Museum Square rather than the La Loma. Thank you.
Okay, I see a lot of nods with that. And, again, just to clarify, there are other, I'm sorry, was there anything else, Councilman Durham? All right, thank you. I guess.
No, not,
Thank you.
I may want to go back to the definition of horizontal mixed use, but I'm going to try to find it again and read it more carefully. Thank you.
Very good. I just want to point out also, this pedestrian connectivity is really the key to our identity. The shaded walkways that are encouraged really allow for window shopping and just previewing, and they're dog friendly, and there's lots of reasons, as well as the arbors and trees that are added to the elements. The other thing that will happen through DR board is trying to soften corners where many times the setbacks are just at the sidewalk curb level, but then when you come to a corner, it can be a very sharp corner, and we're looking at softening those corners, even though they may be shown. You see where the general nodes are of pedestrian activity, but it really helps to have a landing point at every corner, and that's just a thought that will go into augmenting the general pedestrian pathways. Proceed.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. We'll move on to the provisions of quality development. At a citywide level, the general plan sets the vision for the community and is implemented through more specific area plans, guidelines, and ordinances. The zoning ordinance and its associated zoning maps is a legal document that regulates with precision the permitted land uses and building development standards to every property within the city. At a more localized level, the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan sets forth the vision, goals, and policies for the specific area of the community. And the zoning ordinance also contains sections that relate to specifically to the downtown areas as well. So as a community, Scottsdale has had a continued commitment to fostering quality design. The general plan, Old Town Plan, design guidelines, and zoning ordinance work together to guide quality development in Old Town. Scottsdale has well-established community expectations for quality design in its built environment. For decades, review of site planning and building design for all properties except single-family homes has shaped the community. Collectively, policies in the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan and the design objectives in the Old Town Scottsdale Urban Design and Architectural Guidelines establish the community's physical, aesthetic vision for Old Town. With respect to this item, what we heard from participants of our public outreach was general support for the Old Town design objectives, noting that quality development is a priority within surrounding contexts, focusing on building setbacks, open space, streetscapes, and street space continuity. What's proposed is the addition of a new policy, policy CD 1.2 in the plan, which promotes transitions and blending of character between developments, including building location, open space areas, building height, massing, and orientation, which are all items that Mayor Ortega, you noted, as well as the modification of policy 4.2, which calls for retaining and expanding the tradition of covered walkways. It should read as throughout the downtown core, or those type 1 areas shown in green, versus the historic Old Town, which it's exclusive to today. And it encourages the use of covered walkways, cantilevered awnings, and tree canopies in all other districts, which include type 2, 2.5, and type 3. At this point, Mayor Ortega, members of City Council, we just reviewed the provision of quality development on the items we just discussed. I'm happy to answer any questions or take your direction to move forward.
I see none, so proceed to wrap up.
Thank you, Mayor Ortega, members of City Council. The additional items that are brought forward in this plan includes bringing the plan up to date and aligning with other policy documents, which is, again, looking to the General Plan 2035 as a voter ratified document to guide this update. A lot of those changes that are referenced from the plan are the ones that Councilmember Graham noted, specifically definitions. So we did a good cull of definitions that were perhaps in the previous plan, but not really noted in the text that we pulled out, and then ensured that all other definitions are actually noted in the plan and where referenced are consistent with the adopted general plan or zoning ordinance if there is a related term in that way. We've also updated the Old Town Bikeways map to align with the Old Town Scottsdale Bicycle Master Plan. And as a result of public input received, we've moved map 8, which denotes public parking, will be as a reference document that we'll have available online, but that gives us the opportunity to update the map without having to bring it back before council. And we've also updated the related plans and ordinance reference documents within the plan, as well as reviewed with interdepartmental focus the implementation chapter to ensure that we are implementing all the great programs and operations that this council supports. In terms of next steps in the process, as I mentioned to you at the head of this presentation, there will be some continued focus on specifically the zoning ordinance and portions of the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan on a future agenda item of this council, which will review development types, designations, locations, and transitions, maintaining, adding, restricting, reducing, or removing zoning ordinance base and bonus development standards, the consideration of development flexibility in the plan, zoning ordinance, and guidelines, and ensuring that bonus provisions within the zoning ordinance, if maintained, provide greater and better defined public benefits, and will also be re-examining the bonus payment calculations. These updates are anticipated to be prospective in nature in order to preserve any existing property rights and to be completed during the 23-24 fiscal year and to allow greater transparency, public involvement, and ease of review to all considered amendments. Mayor and City Council, again, this item before you this evening is a request to consider adoption of Resolution 12745, adopting a minor amendment to the city's general plan by amending and updating the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan. I'm happy to answer any additional questions at this time.
Vice Mayor Whitehead.
You know, I just want to recognize, this is a nice, tidy presentation, but I just want to recognize the agonizing amount of time. There was no shortage of input and hours and hours and hours of public outreach. So I just want to recognize all the work that went into this, and thank you. And with that, I make a motion to adopt resolution number 12745, adopting a minor amendment to the City of Scottsdale General Plan 2035 by amending and updating the Old Town Scottsdale Character Area Plan.
Second.
We have motion.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may, it sounded like the one item that was
Right.
asked to be adjusted would be to change La Loma Plaza to museum.
Thank you. I am absolutely in support of Councilwoman Janik and my colleagues, so I would amend my motion to include the change from La Loma to Museum Plaza, Square Plaza. Councilwoman Janik, can you?
I'll go back. I believe it was slide 37.
But that's just a great example of how staff keeps us on track. Thank you for the reminder. Because absolutely, I think that I liked that idea a lot.
Yeah, of course, now I can't find it.
Museums.
There we go. Yeah.
Well, we've understood the motion and the second with that text amendment that was
Museums.
slight text amendment. Further discussion, Councilman Janik, Councilmember Graham.
Okay, very quickly, Adam, you have done a phenomenal job, just like Councilwoman Whitehead said, of distilling volumes of data into succinct points. I know the time you put into it. I know it was frustrating. I really appreciate your stepwise approach. I think that's very smart because I think then we can make more progress. So I just want to thank you wholeheartedly for all of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Janik and members of City Council. I'd be remiss in not acknowledging my colleagues and peers in this update process, so thank you to them as well.
Okay, Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Adam, yeah, you always do a good job distillation, and I really appreciated learning from you when I was on Planning Commission. So I have some concerns about this. I like most of the changes. Almost all of them I really do like. I think overall it's an improvement. I'm wondering if there may be any appetite among my colleagues to kind of move to continue this for another time, and I'll tell you why. I'm having some trouble with some of the glossary changes. They were substantial, and one of them that kind of comes to mind is trip reduction. That's just kind of a new one in there, and I don't want to get wound up on this definition or that. Trip reductions, techniques aimed at reducing traffic congestion, vehicle trips, miles traveled, and I like that idea, but who is pushing that? Who is doing that? Is that everyone's local government to use a technique to reduce to try to ensure the miles they drive go down? So I don't know why that has to be in there. Transit, I have concerns about the use of transit because the way we have redefined that, because it mentions rail car, and when we up above that multimodal, we say this expressly excludes rail transit, but transit as we define it is typical vehicles used for transit include buses, trolleys, rail cars, and other fixed guideway vehicles. And then if you go up to page 35 and 37, we are talking about transiting in transit and getting more transit in the downtown. So I think that kind of maybe is not the best addition. And I'm not a fan of complete streets in there. I don't like that we add language basically binding ourselves to federal definitions. I thought the definition for complete streets we had included was satisfactory. And then the definition for heat island, we use the term phenomenon, and I know that's not definitionally. I mean, denotation phenomenon is just why something happens, but I think there's some connotation that we don't understand why, which turns it into sort of almost mystical properties, and we understand heat island. So. And the sustainability definition is just a little funny because it starts with, there's many definitions to sustainability. Well, we should, and then we go to pick one, that's fine. But, there's just a lot of changes to this glossary. And so I don't know, would there be any appetite for us for a second to continue this? I think I would make a alternate motion to continue this to a later date, just so we can digest it a little more.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Jerry.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Just for clarity, the glossary, does that pertain only to the Old Town character area, or is it more broadly crossover? Obviously, you know, that transportation does not, is citywide. I always think of trolleys because the ones that are free and the ones that are used between the resorts. Light rail doesn't come into play at all, in my mind, nor should it. So I don't see that that's an issue. So just explain that. Is the glossary just confined only to the Old Town character area, or is it somewhat based on some other terms that are used in the general policy? Again, we're only talking policy. We're not, we don't have a statutory change here. This is the big picture. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you, Mayor Ortega and Councilmember Graham, members of City Council. The general, the new definitions that are brought over are almost exactly what's in the community's general plan. I have that available here and could vet any one of those definitions and say that it's already been included in the community's general plan. So we're not adopting any new definitions. If we're looking to change a definition or what the reference might be, that's a different story. But as it relates to public outreach during this process, in the drafting of the plan, there wasn't any community conversation that we received from residents or stakeholders concerned with definitions within the plan.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so go ahead, continue, then we have another discussion.
Okay,
We'll vote
thank
on
you.
your continuance.
Okay, so Adam, are you saying that, because there was a change in definition, are you saying that every change in the Old Town character plan is being updated to match the general plan?
Where referenced, correct. We were looking for consistency between the community's general plan and the character area plan.
So, okay, just so on, and then is every definition in this glossary in the Old Town plan in the general plan?
Councilmember Graham, without precisely
This is-
cueing each one, I can tell you that most of the changes originated directly from the general plan. And any reference to a new definition was vetted with the appropriate discipline. So, you know, without looking specifically on the items that you noted, transit is in the general plan reading as transportation system mainly for moving many people and made available to the public, usually through paying a fare. Typical vehicles used for transit include buses, rail cars, and other fixed guideway vehicles. That's in the community's general plan, consistent with what we've brought over.
So you're saying that they don't match because the Old Town character plan preceded the general plan?
That's correct.
Okay. So, okay, go ahead. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so again, we're looking for some alignment and based on the vote. Let's look at Vice Mayor Whitehead and we'll decide on a continuance or not.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to stress that any phrase that we use can be, you know, taken by someone to mean something else. So I don't think there's a perfect phrase. I think trip reductions is actually one of my favorites, though, because, right, we don't want, I mean, we want people to be in their car less. We want them to get what they need quickly so they're not, you know, getting cranky and being in their car. So I think trip reductions is a nice one. But on the general plan, I mean, we very specifically removed light rail as an option for, and the transportation action plan. So I get this
Yeah, we're getting
question.
off topic a little bit, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Oh.
So-
Complete.
Yeah, so I think that the council is very in tune and aligned with what the constituents want, and so there is no sneaking light rail into the city, even if the glossary uses a generally accepted definition of transit. So I'm very comfortable with this. You know, I recognize the concerns, but I'm pretty comfortable with this. So my motion stands.
Good. Okay, so there was a motion to continue the whole subject. I don't support that. One of the things that happened with the general plan is one definition in the glossary that said high density is 50. That was never defined before, and we got that. And that's I don't want to say the law of the land, but that's certainly a reference that we have to work with, when before we were getting projects that might have 130 units. I know one had almost 190 units per acre. So that's how some of this evolves. Councilmember Graham, you have your ticker on?
Yeah, I think I just want to, I may retract my, my motion here. I just want to get on the record from Mr. Yaron. So these definitions, because the Old Town Character Plan preceded the general plan, these are conformance to the voter-approved general plan. All the new terms that are added to the glossary for the Old Town Character Plan exist in the general plan as approved by the voters.
Councilmember Graham, members of City Council, that's correct. I will say there may
yes
be,
or no?
there may be there may be definitions that were part of other master plans that were adopted by City Council post the adoption of the 2018 Character Area Plan, but everything that's being brought forward is bringing the plan up to date with more contemporary definitions that have been approved by others, either this council or others.
Mayor, I will withdraw my. Are you motioning another staff member? Is there anything else? Okay.
No.
Mayor, then I will withdraw my motion, but just to respond to Councilmember Whitehead, I don't think it's our business to be worrying up here how many miles are increasing on your odometer. It's what you drive is what you drive. So thank you.
Okay, so the main motion was made and seconded to approve this resolution. There are, and therefore the continuance is removed. I see two more speakers, but you know, the simple term of trip reduction, okay? We have signs outside. This is carpool parking. Okay, carpooling has been around for 40 years. People, employees going to the same destination, carpool. So that's a trip reduction is exercised by other councils by having, you know, administratively some signage to encourage van parking or van carpool parking. Okay, let's hear from Councilman Caputi, then Councilman Littlefield, and we'll take a vote on the main motion.
Adam, just a quick overall comment, because as my colleagues have said, it might seem like we're doing this quickly, but as you know, we've put in so many hours to this plan. It's absolutely incredible. So just my one overall comment, one of the things I really like about this is that we have a lot of flexibility still. I was writing down a couple of words. You know, you write encouraged a lot, and I really like that. Also, when we were talking about mixed use, and certain cities are actually putting a specificity to that. I really like the fact that we aren't saying it must be X percent. You know, we're leaving that open to let the market determine what's most appropriate. And in general, that's one of the things that I really like about this plan. It is high level. We have to remember that. And every neighborhood outreach meeting that I attended, that seemed to be the theme from the residents as well. They really like the fact that this plan has a lot of flexibility. And so I think that we've done an amazing job of maintaining that. And so I'm very happy to move this plan forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Littlefield.
Yeah, just for the record, I remove my second of the motion that has been removed, so it's not there. Thank you.
For sure. Okay, thank you. With that, we have a motion on the floor. Please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
Well, thank you. We are unanimous. Moving forward.
If I may, Mayor Ortega, members of City Council, if I could have that last slide put back on screen, please.
Yes.
Just wanted to encourage members of the public to still stay tuned to the process. As we started this conversation, we're taking a multi-step look at these policies and ordinances, and there'll still be opportunity for public input. So if you want to go to scottsdaleaz.gov, keyword Old Town Updates, you'll see opportunities to provide that input online or show up in person at Planning Commission or City Council meetings as well. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Just again, for the record, there was no public comment on this item number 34 tonight. We will move on to the next public comment announcement. There's a second opportunity for a reserve for Scottsdale citizens, businesses to come forward. They would have 3 minutes. There were no requests for additional public comment. Therefore, I will close public comment. Next, we will move to citizen petitions. That's the opportunity in the charter to allow a presentation of a petition. None was sent to the clerk. Therefore, that item is closed. Next, we will move to a work study session. However, we will now take a break and check on the baseball score. How does that sound? So we will
It's the top of the sixth. Dimebacks are up 3-2.
Okay, well, you must have been checking it. Okay, so we will reconvene, or we will finish our recess in about at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Spoiler alert. So we will now have our work study session. Work study sessions provide a less formal setting for the mayor and council to discuss specific topics with each other and city staff and provide an opportunity to receive direction from the council. To provide an opportunity for the public, we also invite public comment, and there are 5 slots available. There is no request to speak from the public. They're all watching the ball game, I think. At this point, I will make a note that all the council is present. Councilman Durham is remote. And at this point, we will proceed with the work study item, which is a public art program. Karen Churcher, Tourism and Events Director. Take it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's my honor to present to you tonight our public art program. My department not only oversees tourism and events, but also Experience Scottsdale, Scottsdale's Museum of the West, and Scottsdale Arts. And joining me tonight is Katie Bayaris, who's the Scottsdale Public Art Director, which is a division of Scottsdale Arts. And as you know, Scottsdale has an award-winning 50-year legacy of public art that will celebrate this Thursday night, looking at not only our oldest piece, but our newest piece of public art within the Scottsdale Civic Center. The city has created a collection of nearly 160 public art pieces throughout the city, including the iconic Slurry Bridge, Love, One-Eyed Jack, The Doors, Impulsion, Watermark, and what you see here in the Kiva on the north and south walls, Ambient Landscape. This work study is to discuss one of the current public art ordinances and how we can lay the foundation to update this ordinance and bring our program up to date to stand the test of time for maybe the next 15 plus years. We have 4 key issues that we want to get your feedback and suggestions on, how we can improve our public art program. But first, we're going to go through an overview of this 50-year program and how it currently operates. So to give you some historical context, in 1967, city residents started donating gifts of art to the city, which began our municipal art collection, and the city council then established a fine arts commission. Scottsdale was awarded a $20,000 matching grant program by the National Endowment of Arts in 1970 to commission a monumental work of art. Louise Nevelson was selected to create a sculpture known as Windows to the West, which was dedicated on November 11, 1973, after 3 years of fundraising, and we'll be honoring this Thursday. In 1985, Scottsdale formalized its commitment to public art by requiring an allocation of 1% of the amount budgeted for all capital improvement projects, which established the city's Art in Public Places program. Scottsdale was ahead of its time, nationally by establishing what's known now as 1% for the arts. At that time, the city had 11 pieces of public art and 309 pieces of portable art in its collection. In '87, the City Council dissolved the Fine Arts Commission, created a curatorial board to work with the city and the Scottsdale Arts Council to plan how the city's public art program would be managed. A year later, in 1988, Council expanded the public art program to include participation from private development that requires planned block development projects located in downtown to use 1% of its building valuation for on-site public art, called the Cultural Improvements Project, better known as Art in Private Development, not to confuse it with capital improvement projects. So in 1989, City Council dissolved the curatorial board, and they formally assigned Scottsdale Arts the responsibility of administering all aspects of our public art program. 10 years later, in the 2000s, there were several master plans that Council and the Board of Trustees of Scottsdale Arts participated in that included recommendations to update the public ordinance in 2004, 08, and in 12. And in 2008, we did update the ordinance pertaining to art in public places. But however, several of the recommendations prior and later did not occur. But meanwhile, our public art program expanded by 1,500% to 159 pieces of public art, and I think this week we're up to 160. And our municipal collection, 329% to include that, the portable art.
Mayor and Council, this is a diagram showing how the public art program is currently managed. The program is funded by the City of Scottsdale and administered by the Public Art Department of Scottsdale Arts through the Management Services Agreement. As a part of that administration, Scottsdale Public Art also has an advisory board who reviews and approves the work of this program monthly. The advisory board is a self-sustaining board of 15 citizen advisors who report up to the Scottsdale Arts Board of Trustees. The chair of the Board of Trustees also sits on the advisory board, and the chair of the advisory board is an ad hoc member of the Scottsdale Arts Board of Trustees. Scottsdale Public Art is a division of Scottsdale Arts, along with the Scottsdale Center for Performing Arts, the Scottsdale Museum of Contemporary Art, Scottsdale Arts Learning and Innovation, Canal Convergence, and now Events at Civic Center in our beautiful new Civic Center space. Scottsdale Arts has an annual agreement with the City of Scottsdale to administer all of these programs, and the city provides a budget of about $6 million, to which Scottsdale Art then matches with a combination of private donations and earned revenue to create the overall budget for these programs. But since we're focusing on Scottsdale Public Art tonight, I wanted to drill down into specifically what our department does on a daily basis. So let's unpack these things. First, we administer the Art in Public Places program. These are the city's CIP projects and city-owned public spaces. We manage these projects alongside the city's capital project teams. We also administer the Art in Private Development or Cultural Improvements program. In some cases, we oversee developers creating their own projects, and in some cases, they turn the projects over to us to manage, or they give us the funds in lieu to use elsewhere in the city. Pictured here is our newest Art and Private Development piece, Global Unity, that was just installed 2 weeks ago at the Soho development. We also take care of a temporary public art program in which we install projects that last from 1 week until up to 2 years, such as this water standpipe mural that is currently under a redesign process. And we also curate events such as Cycle the Arts in collaboration with the city. We also curate and install 4 publicly accessible exhibitions every year by local artists at the Civic Center Library and other public city buildings. We also take care of a municipal collection. As Karen mentioned, we have a collection of over 1,000 portable works that is separate from our Museum of Contemporary Art collection. These pieces are displayed in city buildings and offices, so if you get a new office in a city building, you can call us and choose some artwork from our collection. We'll install it for you. We also must take care of the art that the city owns. We do everything from maintaining bronze sculptures, repainting, and other small repairs on an annual basis, and we're also facing some major conservation of major public artworks, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And then finally, the city's signature event, Canal Convergence, which is upcoming in the next 10 days, is an event that provides an authentic and immersive art experience in and around the Scottsdale waterfront. The administration staff of this program currently falls underneath Scottsdale Public Art. So just over $800,000 is allocated from the general fund to Scottsdale Arts for the management of these programs, and then an additional $750,000 is allocated from bed tax to produce the Canal Convergence event. Tonight, the items we're going to be talking about more specifically are the Art in Public Places funding, and the maintenance and conservation funding within our program.
So drilling down into the public art ordinances, there are 2 ordinances. One defines public art and art in public places, and the other defines the cultural improvements program known as Art in Private Development. So tonight we're going to focus on public art and art in public places, which has remained nearly unchanged since 2008. We'll come back to council at another time to talk about the cultural improvements program. So our goal is that the conversation and feedback we receive tonight will inform staff how to move forward as we draft an ordinance and implement policies and procedures to administer the future ordinance update in the best way possible.
So the Public Art Ordinance states that the city shall establish and fund the Art in Public Places program, the purpose of which is to create and sustain a visual program of the highest caliber for the city's public places. This includes determining the method for the following: acquiring existing art, commissioning new art, conserving and restoring art, decommissioning art, and establishing guidelines and procedures for all of the above.
So there's 4 key issues, as I mentioned earlier. We really need to look at how the 1% of funds are allocated within the capital improvement projects. And we also want to make sure we are being consistent in the procedure for the calculations of that 1%. Second, we want to talk about accessibility of city buildings and structures and how they've changed over the years. We want to review what projects are as eligible as well as the placement. Third, we want to talk about pooling the funds, public art funds across sources and departments that could accomplish more impactful projects with a thought-out public art plan. And then fourth, if the full 1% of the funds from the capital improvement projects were allocated towards art and public places, should we use them for administration, maintenance, and conservation so that the collection, as it continues to age and grow, the city is allocating adequate funds to take care of this collection. So Katie and I are going to go through each one of the 4 a little bit deeper. And Mayor, if you and the council have any questions during those 4 items, please feel free to ask us questions. Once we go through the 4, we'd like to get your feedback. And the reason why I'm suggesting that is that each item, as we discuss it, informs the next item. So there, at the end, I think it will give we'll get some good feedback from you in regard to all 4 items. So in section 123 of the ordinance, it states that an amount equal to 1% of the city council approved budget of each eligible capital improvement project shall be allocated for the commission and acquisition of public art. There's 2 discussion points tonight for you. One, the first is to provide clarity on how that 1% is calculated, as the ordinance does not lay out this requirement specifically, but simply states 1% of the CIP project budget. And over the years, this has been interpreted in different ways as we've had changes of staff and so on. Second, we also want to review that what projects the 1% of funds are allocated towards within the capital improvement projects. The original ordinance established 1% of the amount budgeted for all capital improvement projects based on each fund type. In 2008, this definition was modified, and Katie's going to review that.
The ordinance defines capital improvement projects as the eligible projects that are publicly visible where 1% of public art can be applied. This includes city buildings, structures, drainage projects, parks, transportation streetscapes, multi-use pathways, transit and pedestrian amenities, and bridges and plazas. Some things that aren't included are CIP projects like IT projects, they're not eligible for 1%. Over the years, there have been some questions about where the placement of art is appropriate, and the current ordinance states that the city may place art in, on, or about any public places. It goes on to define public places as property that is accessible to the public and over which the city has control or may exercise control, and includes buildings, public streets, alleys, sidewalks, rights-of-way, and improved or unimproved land of any kind. Due to some security changes over the years, places that were accessible in the past, such as water treatment facilities, where we have this beautiful piece of public art, are no longer really accessible to the public. So public art dollars can be more impactfully used in other locations such as parks, plazas, or streetscapes. The item for feedback here and discussion is how we want to define accessible and visible to the public for the best locations of our public artwork.
And this brings us to item 3, which is the concept of pooling funds. To the extent legally permissible, should we allow that between sources and departments? So to give you an example, which came up earlier during the city council meeting, this year we have 2 CIP budget projects that are near each other. One is 68th Street sidewalk from the Arizona Canal to Camelback Road, and the other is the Goldwater and Fifth Avenue Park that Vice Mayor White had mentioned earlier. So using the transit fund project, the 1% along 68th Street is really limited where art would be integrated. So it's a $30,000 amount for each of the projects. I didn't state that. So basically you have $30,000 for 68th Street, $30,000 for the park. But if we combined the transit fund's 1%, the $30,000, and added it to the general fund park, we would have $60,000, and we could have a more impactful piece of public art that truly is accessible versus integrated, say, into the sidewalks. Nothing in the current ordinance says that we cannot pool funds. It's just, again, something that's been interpreted over time that we shouldn't. Aviation, to my understanding from legal, aviation was the only area that we would probably not pool, well, definitely not pool because it's federally funded in most cases. So if we were able to actually pool the 1% from each project, we could create larger, more impactful art where it's appropriate and or take care of the art that we already have, which you'll hear about in a minute. How could we do this? Working closely with staff departments and project teams, we could identify projects, create a 5-year plan for implementation, and update the Art in Public Places program annually as part of the CIP process, capital improvement project process. Pooling public art funds is currently practiced in Phoenix, Tempe, and Chandler, and a good example, in our opinion, of a project in Phoenix where public art funds were pooled from 3 different fund sources, water, wastewater, and transit, created this large-scale iconic piece in Phoenix's civic space park.
And then the last item we want to talk about is maintenance, conservation, administrative usage of these funds. The current ordinance states that City Council shall provide an annual budget allocation for the conservation and restoration of the public art collection. Conservation and restoration is really different from regular maintenance. What we have been currently using our allocation for is regular maintenance and care of our collection. We currently get about $130,000 of restricted funds that we are able to use to cover our regular maintenance, our projects under about $25,000. That includes repainting our love sculpture twice a year. It includes maintaining and caring for our bronze sculptures like our Mayor Goldwater sculpture, replacing items that may go missing. Those beautiful little birds unfortunately go missing from time to time. Cleaning, repairing any sort of mechanical things. But conservation issues really sort of rise above that $25,000 threshold and become difficult to fund in that funding procedure that we currently have. And I want to show you an example of a project where we're encountering this issue. This is the James Carpenter Scrim Wall at the Museum of Contemporary Art, which is a public art piece, and it currently requires a one-time major conservation retrofit that would require us to replace all of these glass panels because they are no longer made in the way that they used to be made. The cost of this project has risen to over $500,000, which is 4 times our regular maintenance budget. We really appreciate the projects that have been funded on a one-time basis this year. Our Pima Freeway project had a special allocation for it this year, as well as our Cactus Mirage project at the McDowell Aquatic Center. But we had to really kind of go looking for different opportunities to fund those. This is an example of where the damage is on that piece. You can see it. We'd like to look at the ordinance policies and procedures to create a way to be able to fund these larger conservation projects using CIP funds, because if we were able to pool all the 1% funds into an Art in Public Places account and use some of the funds to support these larger conservation issues, we'd more efficiently be able to take care of the assets in our program instead of having to identify other unique fund sources year after year to take care of these larger conservation issues.
So to summarize, Mr. Mayor and Council, these are the 4 key issues that we are looking for your feedback as city staff begins drafting an updated public art ordinance. Again, how to calculate the 1% allocation for the capital improvement projects, what city projects we should include in public spaces, again, pooling the funds to create more impactful art, and then allowing potentially the usage of the 1% for the arts for additional needs such as administration, maintenance, and conservation. I just want to note one last comment that the original ordinance, some of the things that we're seeking feedback on and I have made some suggestions on, was in our original ordinance. And over time, the needs changed in 2008, and here we are again in 2023, and we feel like some of the things that we had in the original ordinance might be something we want to relook at. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you with thanks for your guidance and from you and the council.
Well, if there's any comments, I'll just start with a few. First of all, with the revitalization of Civic Center, there was a shuffling of some art pieces that I know originally were in the middle of a trapezoidal pond in front of the Center for the Arts when it was first designed back in the 70s. That piece, I think, went out north towards McDowell Mount Ranch. Other pieces might have been called Sale. Other pieces were shuffled to other locations that give them a new look, but essentially I wondered if they held together or when you, let's say, unfastened them, whether they were corroded and could be rebolted together. But that gave you a look at what the condition is of some maybe 40 or 50-year-old pieces in the field. The question of, moving artwork, which was decided, I'm guessing, by a aesthetic group or your commission, who decided that?
City staff worked with the Scottsdale Public Art Advisory Board and their staff to really talk about the placement of art and to make it, some of the art was not necessarily in the context that it was originally desired to be, so we had this opportunity to look at new placements, and also, to your point, we, through the budget process, thank you to the council and City Manager Thompson, we were provided funds to conserve that, the pieces that remain and the ones that were moved. So all of that public art within Civic Center has been brought up to date in terms of.
So in a way, there's already a precedent for shuffling art out of, let's say, the Old Town area, or maybe the original location to an area completely outside of the Old Town area, right? And it was made on some judgments, as well as relocation of the Nevelson piece from back here to a more prominent location. So I like rotating my own art personally, and I think that's a good thing. It gives you new lighting, shading on, external art, outdoor art. So generally speaking, I'd be in favor of, however pieces might be rotated. Now, maybe they're only rotated every 25 years. I don't know, as those other sites are identified. I like what we did at the soccer fields, that Bell 40 or piece, where they designed, you had the artist design those overhead cutout, laser cut pieces that they gave you a new look, maybe for a dugout or whatever it was, a screen piece, and then made it work with the grove of mesquites that were put in there. So it ended up being sort of living and sculptural at the same time, and that was easy to situate there, and it's not going to move, but that's a good thing. So it seems like that capital improvement allocation is successful on our own projects, but perhaps there's a need for further defining whether there is a conservation or a maintenance amount of the 1% that might be set aside to say, okay, maybe 2/10 of that has to build into a program which could be to repair and even conserve those pieces. That direction is not in the is not defined right now, right? So it's something we could do, right? The next question would be, whether or not the designated projects within the Old Town character area could be expanded out. Sorry, the 1% feature could be expanded outside of our downtown, what was called the Scottsdale downtown area. Is
That would be the cultural improvement program.
Okay.
That would be, we'll come back and talk to you about how that is implemented for private development. So in art and public places, currently, the capital improvement projects, wherever they may be established through that process, the art has been primarily placed at those locations. And one of the questions is whether or not the council would think it would be wise to look at potentially pooling funds and creating more impactful art that might be nearby or might not be nearby. But there's nothing in the ordinance that states that we have to be in any specific area within the Art and Public Places program.
Okay, so I do want to kind of recap some of this discussion, but basically I'm talking about private sector.
Okay.
1%, which would be, sometimes it's a little, salsa on a development deal. If they want to get something approved, it's got to have a little spice to it, and it might have that contribution into the, whether it's up at the air park, Scottsdale Air Park, or another area. Is that an unwritten code, or is that something that we ask for in zoning process?
So the zoning process.
So then the question becomes, how far off of that general area can it go, or how far might it be able to be bundled with a regional sort of piece, I suppose, right?
Yes.
Okay, so before I get too far ahead of myself, I would just recap maybe the three things. The first one is, it's my feeling that if there is a 1% for capital improvement required, that maybe 1/5 of that could be for restoration in a possible ordinance, in a way to do that. The other point that we talked about was how art can be shuffled around. So I'm just wondering if we could say, just the way the old Civic Center pieces, some of them went 10 miles north or whatever, that maybe either relocation, they don't necessarily have to be fixed there. Do we have other pieces in storage, for instance? I wonder if there were some that were crumbling somewhere and that might have originated here, but maybe they'd be useful to be relocated. Can you help me with that one?
We don't currently have any permanent public art pieces that are in storage, no. They're all permanently sited, yeah.
Well, I saw the reinstallation of the Windows of the West on a trailer, and right behind it was Maud and Farmer Scott are, there. And they were sculptures right there being moved in place. Okay, so basically, we put them all out one way or the other. The third point, I'm just generally asking if we can say, perhaps we might look at some flexibility for art pieces to be not necessarily set in stone forever. It's still a good commitment. It's probably, once you build a pedestal, it's probably going to be there for 20 years. But who's looking later? Who's anyway. So the final note, and then I see hands up from Councilmember Graham and Councilwoman Janik. So let's just go to Councilmember Graham.
Are you sure, Mayor?
Well, I've got a couple, but I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Katie and Karen, sorry.
Katie.
You hit a homer. So a few questions here. I think kind of the issue is that we're summarizing the key issue areas, or the area. You're not really telling us tonight what's wrong with them, but you wouldn't be bringing them up if there wasn't some improvement you thought that could be made. That's what I'm intuiting or discerning. Okay. Because we're talking about, so the 1% private, we're not talking about that tonight. We're talking about 1% of our CapEx goes onto our own projects, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are permanently sited and all that. So the definition of public spaces, that's problematic. I'll say the whole program is problematic. That's why you're here, because I've wondered about this too, the mechanisms, how you calculate 1%, pooling and not pooling, site selection, what is a public space? And it's in like when we wall off or sort of cut off the water part or the water facility, then we can't enjoy it. I really look forward to seeing how you improve those terminological improvements that you put forward. So that's 1%, and is that 1%, like, is that of our dollars, so it's like a capital expenditure? Is that city dollars, or because we get a lot of federal and regional money?
It's primarily city dollars. It's capital improvement project.
So, but is it exclusively city dollars? Because, like I said, we funnel a lot of money from other levels of government.
My understanding is the art piece, part of it is exclusive to the city
Okay,
dollars.
so just something to kind of make sure we're. I'm really interested in location, like the mayor talked about, site selection. The idea of revolving is interesting. And then a few more comments. This is kind of what the mayor also said. Public art in Scottsdale means so much to me. It means so much to my colleagues, as I understand it. It makes Scottsdale's culture what it is. However, fiscal sustainability means a lot to me as well. When we're putting public art pieces in place, and then we look the other way as far as repairs and maintenance, deferred maintenance just whipsaws back at you, and you get huge bills you got to pay. What we're doing with the freeway and the 101 and a lot of other projects that we're writing checks from the TDC, and that's even some of that deferred maintenance. We're even had to borrow money and go to voters in the 2019 bonds. Deferred maintenance is not. So if we can build a mechanism in, like the mayor was saying, some sort of carve out for R&M, I really like that idea. I made those points, and I'm a big fan of the last thing I'll say, then I'll cut myself off, I do think the pooling is a necessary mechanism, but that is an invitation for I don't want to say, that invites very potentially bad things, because you have perceptions of fairness, this project, that project, this neighborhood, that neighborhood. What we even saw in the slides you showed us, 68th Street compared to the canal, axiomatically different parts of our city that play entirely different roles for our community. And so the fair and careful administration of pooling, I think, is paramount. Thank you, Katie and Karen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Janik, then Vice Mayor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I agree with almost everything that Councilmember Graham said. As far as shuffling art, I think it's great, but if you have a big, sensitive piece of art, I would hope that you wouldn't shuffle it, because the expense and the possibility of damage to it wouldn't be worth the shuffling of it. And I think there's some iconic pieces that should stay exactly where they are. So I think that needs careful evaluation, but I think you're aware of that. I would also like to talk a little bit more, or maybe we have it on what is subject to the 1% fee. I think you mentioned that the airport does not pay the 1% in public art, or IT doesn't pay it.
IT, that's correct.
Okay, and I think we need to look at that list, be presented with that list so that we can look at it and make some reasonable adjustments to it. Because, as was explained to me, when a lot of these ordinances were written, we only had a handful of projects. Now we've got over 55 capital projects. So I think we need to do a better job defining that. The other thing, and Barry brought this up, we need to be thinking about, okay, we get our 1%, but it's not a whole lot. What proximity does the new public art need to be to the location where they generated the 1%? I think we need to be very mindful of that and perhaps come up with some guidelines on it as best we can. Would probably involve the amount of money that would be collected as the 1%. And would it make sense then to pool it and at least try to work on a compromised location? I think we need to be very sensitive to that. But I do think that that can be worked out. I agree with the mayor wholeheartedly that we need to have a certain amount of the money dedicated to preservation. And I would rely on the expertise of our art people to look at budgets, previous budgets, what other cities are doing in terms of this, and come up with a reasonable approach to that. But I definitely think we need to address that with open mind on what that percent maybe should be. I think pretty much those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Whitehead.
Yeah, I guess I agree with what everybody has said as well. I really like the idea of the maintenance as part of the equation. On the pooling, I think it's a great idea, but I share the concerns. I wonder if, like you said, the 68th Street sidewalk is going to be pretty narrow. There's not a lot of place that without making a tripping hazard that you can, So I just wonder if there's some kind of public outreach or something that is done in other cities. But, definitely. And also if there's an evaluation tool that says this part of the city really needs more public art. And so those are the two things I would say, but I would like to see pooling. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Littlefield, and then I'll call on Councilman Durham.
Thank you, Mayor. I think so far from what I'm hearing, we're all pretty much in agreement. I would like to see some of that money going to preservation, to upkeep and maintenance on what we currently have. I don't want it to be falling apart and not being maintained. So we need to allocate some of this money that we have for public art into the maintenance and upkeep and care of what we currently have. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Graham said and my other colleagues here up on the dais, the mayor. I think that we're all kind of chugging down the same track. Let's do a real good, close assessment of where we are, what we're doing with the money, how we're spending that money, look at it in detail, and then come back and say, what can we do to make it better? How can we better apportion it and make sure that we're giving the adequate maintenance and upkeep to what we have so that it doesn't, fall apart. We want to make sure we keep that going. That's kind of a top priority for me is, we have some beautiful things and we have some great art, and I don't want it not to be maintained. So that's something that I think is pretty important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Durham, did you have any comment? And then I'll go to Councilwoman Caputi.
Yes, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. I think I'm really in favor of pooling money to create some really spectacular, bigger pieces. I understand there may be concerns about that. As Councilmember Graham described, it could get a little difficult with locating those in one part of town versus the other. But, I'd like to look into a solution to that because I think some bigger pieces that really stand out might be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caputi.
I agree with most of what's been set up here. I mean, these all make sense. Of course, we need to maintain what we purchase. It's like that with most things in our city, not just art. We're having this conversation about a lot of things right now, maintaining. I'm totally fine with pooling. That makes perfect sense. Of course, one great piece rather than two sort of pieces. Question, 1% of what? Yes. I don't really understand that. How do we determine what 1% is?
Over some time frames, there's been a definition as, is it 1% of the total project budget? Is it 1% of construction? Is it 1% of construction and design? And there are, we can show you all different cities throughout not only our nearby neighbors, but throughout the country that do it in different ways. It does say budget, but it doesn't really specify, is it the total amount of the budget or is it?
Do we need to specify that? Those can be very different numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so that's something I imagine we'll have to discuss as a council. And then I guess my only other comment was we had, Councilwoman Whitehead reminded me, Gerd gave us this amazing booklet last week or 2 weeks ago showing all the art pieces, and I forgot so many of them, and we were all chatting down below about, reminding each other of the different pieces. Do we have like a resource for people to know where all the pieces of artwork are? The only one I actually know is that the rabbit, because I was on Development Review Board when I did not approve that project. Never was a fan of the rabbit, I'm so sorry. But other than that, I sometimes forget where we have the different installations. Is there like a resource?
We do have an interactive map on our website, scottsdalepublicart.org, that has all of the locations that is consistent with the book here, which I brought some extra copies if you want them. I left them with the city clerk. And then we also do use an app called Hoverlay that has an AI component, and you will find QR codes on each of the public art pieces that has an AI component. When you scan it with your phone, you will see the artist or our collections manager, Wendy, pop up and tell you about the public art in those locations.
Okay, and I just have one more probably dumb question, but I'm just thinking about it while I'm talking. I know that we're talking about very specific pieces that are obvious and iconic and large and art, but what about the just gorgeous spots in general we have in the city? Like all of a sudden I'm thinking about Doc Cavalieri Park, where to me that whole park is like art. How do we fund that? And who decides how much of that is going to be so gorgeous? And I don't know. I was just thinking about it while I was sitting here.
And
it's my favorite park.
Thank you. It's a joint effort between Capital Projects Management and the different departments that work on those projects. For instance, I had the honor to work on the Civic Center project, and so I was very involved with Capital Projects and with Scottsdale Public Art to determine what new art would come, as well as what art would remain and where it should be located. So I would give props to the Parks and Recreation team. They're very involved in the process with public art, which is great.
That's not like a 1% investment, right? That's a whole different kind of pot of money.
If the parks project is a capital improvement project, then it should have a % for our allocation that we would work with that parks project team. And I would welcome any opportunity to put more public art in parks if available.
Same. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Whitehead, and then myself.
I forgot something that Councilwoman Janik said. I agree with everything Councilwoman Caputi just said. Oh, and the new art piece is cool, the private one. What did you say it's called?
The one at Soho?
Yeah.
It is called Global Unity.
Yeah, that's, wow. I mean, it just suddenly appeared. The idea of having a list of the capital improvement projects so that we can review, because maybe some of the smaller ones, it really stretches it and makes us not able to do it. Let us review it. I think that's a good idea to see what's funding and what's not. And I just also love the idea that Councilwoman Caputi just mentioned, where we blend, and you're already doing that, blending the art into something functional, like at the ball fields on Bell Roads, where the art is actually serving a purpose, but it's just so gorgeous. Or our recycle bins at the canal.
Yep.
So thanks.
Okay, so trying to tie a few things together here, we heard that perhaps we should look at proximity of where the funds could go. I'd like to be as practical as possible. For instance, if we said within the radius of 3 miles, so perhaps we could at least do some mapping and find out what that would mean in a picture. If we're 30 miles, 32 miles long, basically that's 5-6 mile increments approximately of influence. So think about that. I'd ask staff to maybe look at some mapping possibilities so that we could see whether it's realistic. The other thing is that it's very important, art can be used for wayfinding. And so for instance, if you're on your trailway, a bike trail or something like that, a multi-use trail, you say, oh yeah, go down there and you hit the popsicle with a crow on it or something like that. There's some sculpture piece out there, right? And that you take that fork in the road. Well, because it's little seen, but it's actually could tell you which way to go or whatever. And I think the other opportunity is with Salt River Project. I know at one point we had a canal bank improvement between Chaparral and McDonald, or a little further over to Indian Bend, and it was supposed to have an undulating piece of art. I was on DR board when we looked at that, and that would have had to have been accomplished with the cooperation or help of SRP. So that's another opportunity. The CAP group, and Terry Goddard mentioned to me that, you know, they're looking at the landscaping improvement along the canal. So as we start to be kind of practical about it, maybe that gives us a good barometer of where we can go with that. I don't see any other hands up. It's exciting. I happen to like the bronze sculpture by Jasper D'Ambrosi called Michael. I know Michael. It was his son. It's right in front of Club Czar. So it's a very interesting muscular piece, heroic bronze, and it's sheltered, so it's in a covered area. But it's pretty amazing piece. So we all have our favorites, and I think we might even do a little blog chat on that, find out what people put, where people's comments are coming from. They keep it, you know, in the front burner. With that, I think we're concluded on this topic, and we'll go on to our next work study item.
Thank you.
And we already had our 7th inning stretch, so we're going to go right into the next component, which has to do with our our financial report and CIP discussion. Thank you so much, Karen. We're looking forward to Dia de los Muertos, and, you know, pretty exciting times, convergence and everything else. Please proceed, Sonia, our treasurer. Sonia Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is our quarterly financial update. Next slide. For the quarterly financial update, we usually focus on our general fund revenues and our general fund budget to actual variances, and that's because our general fund is the largest operating fund for the city. Next slide. Sorry. So looking at the general fund revenues, local sales tax revenues is our largest category of revenues. And I just wanted to summarize what happened with our local sales tax revenues during the first quarter of this year. So for the first quarter of this year, which is fiscal year 23-24, starting in July through September, our local sales tax revenues came in 5% above budget. And that's because we budgeted a decrease from last year. But even though it's 5% above budget, it is a 3% lower than the prior year, compared to the prior year, as we expected. We also, in July, the governor signed the legislative ban on the residential rental tax that's effective in January of 2025. We estimated that that's going to result in a $10 million annual loss to the general fund and a $14 to $15 million annual loss citywide. That does not start till fiscal year 24-25, so it doesn't affect us this fiscal year. However, given that it is a significant loss, we are already going to start working on any budget solutions to address this revenue loss, and we will be bringing proposals for council consideration through our 24-25 budget process. Next slide. So looking at the general fund sales tax revenues by category, you can see that we have the retail category still being the largest category of our sales tax. The next second category, which is the rental tax, this is where we will lose the $10 million in residential rental tax. Not all of the rental tax is residential. We have commercial rental tax, so that we will continue to be able to collect those. It's just the residential rental tax that we will lose. The large budget variance you see under the construction category is because we have some large projects that we collected sales tax on, and we also had some audit recoveries in the first quarter. So overall, you can see on the far right column, we forecast that for the whole fiscal year, we're still going to come in within our budget for a total of $182.5 million in sales tax. And 10 million loss would be about 5.5% of our total sales tax revenues. So next slide. And this chart just shows our rolling 12-month sales tax collection data. And you can see in the far right, the first quarter, we're starting to see a slowdown as we have expected. Next slide. So on to our state shared revenues, which is the second largest category of revenues in our general fund. We usually develop our budget of state shared revenues based on what is provided by the Arizona League of Cities, which is also based on the state estimate. And for the first quarter, the state shared revenues are 6% below budget due to lower state shared sales tax, but then it's offset by an increase of 15% compared to the prior year because of the income tax that we received 2 years in arrears. The state flat tax that was effective in January of 2023 will not impact the city's general fund till fiscal year 25-26, and we estimate a loss of another $8 to $10 million from the state flat tax. And again, we are working on updating our 5-year financial forecast, and we'll bring budget balancing proposals to council for consideration throughout fiscal year 24-25 budget process. Next slide. So as you have heard, the state experienced some budget shortfalls and revised their October projections, and I wanted to explain how that affects the city. So they revised their sales tax collections lower, and they also revised their income tax collections down. And the one that impacts us the most is their income tax collection revisions. So this chart shows you that the dark blue bars is the JLBC, which is the Joint Legislative Budget Committee at the state. That was their July forecast of individual income tax revenues. So you can see the actual for fiscal year 2021-22 was $7.5 billion. And then they originally projected fiscal year 22-23 to come in at $6.17 billion, and they originally in July projected individual income tax for 23-24 at $5.57 billion. With their October revisions, they have revised the fiscal year 23 down to $5.24 billion. That's a 15% reduction. And they've also revised their 23-24 estimate of income tax revenues down by 9%. So with that, it will affect our income tax state shared revenues as well. And again, it won't affect us this fiscal year, but it'll affect us in fiscal year 25-26. Next slide. So in total, our revenues, local sales tax, state shared, charges for services, and all revenues in the general fund were still 5% over our budget for the first quarter. And you can see the very large items, the charges for service, that's 75% positive variance. That's just based on a timing difference on when revenues were received versus when we thought we were going to get them in the budget. Next slide. So on to the general fund uses. We are within our budget for the general fund uses. The general fund uses primarily are personnel costs, commodities and contracts, and transfers. And as you can see, there's an other item that's 67% positive, and that's again timing of purchases that we anticipated to happen this quarter, and it didn't happen, but it will happen in future quarters. So overall, first quarter, we're within budget for our uses. Next slide. And this just shows the same uses, but broken down by division. And that's it for my presentation. I can answer any questions.
Yes, Councilwoman Janik, and then Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we look back at page 81? I'm interested in that construction number. That looked really nice, and I don't have the slide number. Yes, I do. I think it's slide 4.
Yes, slide 4.
Okay, so that construction number was 36% higher than anticipated. You said it was because of big projects. Well, we're looking at some more big projects, and I want to know if you could give me some information on if you think this will continue into the future, or is it really going to fluctuate depending upon when these big projects begin to, break ground, et cetera?
Mayor, Councilmember Janik, members of the council, construction sales tax, first of all, there's a delay in collecting construction sales tax. So on average, could be 18 months to 2-year delay, depending on when the project is completed, depending on whether they collect sales tax and remit sales tax quarterly or monthly, or when the project is completed. So it's really hard to project how the sales tax collections will happen. However, that said, there are quite a few large projects in the pipeline that have been approved to pull permits but have not come to council yet. So it'll depend on council approval, and moving forward, if those projects do end up being constructed, we do anticipate the construction sales tax collections to continue.
Okay, then just to clarify, that 36% probably goes back to 21, 22 construction.
Likely,
knowing that
yes.
it's, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Graham?
Just 2 quick questions, Sonia. Good presentation. Slide, slide 7. Can you say a little more about lower capital gains?
Slide 7.
It was just saying that our state shared was going to go down because of the flat tax that's, effectuating soon, and then lower capital gains. If you could just say a little more about that.
Yes, absolutely, Mayor, Councilmember Graham. So in fiscal year 21-22, that $7.53 billion in individual income tax collections is quite a bit higher than what the state normally collects in individual income tax because of 2 things: significant cap gains that was reported, the pandemic spending spree, and also some deferral of tax payments because of the pandemic. So that $7.53 billion reflects all those items. That's why it's higher. So the reduction that's projected assumes lower cap gains and also the impact of the flat tax. At the beginning of 2021, the state projected that they would receive $2 billion less in income tax revenues because of implementing the flat tax. But they also projected it to be offset by growth in income tax because of people moving here and additional growth in income, basically.
Okay,
I
was just asking for why the purpose for, in your view, there were lower cap gains. That's all. Just why that happened, why that's expected to happen.
Okay. I think that possibly during 21-22, there was opportunities to sell a lot of assets, and there was a lot of assets sold and cap gains reported. Am I answering that question correctly?
Yeah, sure. Kind of, yeah.
Sorry.
A lot of flipping going on in those years, and that should.
The mayor answered the question, Sonia.
Yes,
Oh,
So
thank you.
next time no, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Thank you, Sonia.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Whitehead, and then
I think,
continue.
Sonia, I think you're going down the path of what I was going to ask is, like GPAC, all these reports of Arizona and all the new jobs in Maricopa County and such. I mean, it sounds like they already got that wrong. Is there any real prospect of replacing the flat tax losses with all the new jobs, presumably, that are being created and people paying income taxes?
Mayor, Councilmember Whitehead, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
That's tough.
We're still looking at we're still watching these collections very closely. I think the message I want to send tonight is in the first quarter of this year, these are some of the developments at the state level and with our revenues as well. So I wanted to share with you a couple things is what's happening at the state level will impact us significantly, and we will have to work on some budget solutions to bring forward to council, and we are working on that. I wanted to make you aware that we're not just not addressing it or not aware of it. And then secondly, I also wanted you to know that even though at the state level, they have missed on the forecasts and projections, we have been more conservative than the state.
Right.
So our fiscal year 23-24 and our 5-year forecasts are more conservative than the state. So from a budget standpoint, we're okay so far.
Thank you. And I guess I didn't expect that an answer, and I agree. We need to be conservative. Yes, they missed, that. I think this is a real hardship on cities. And so I appreciate what you're doing. Thanks.
Okay, so we've explored the revenue side, and the other part of the equation, of course, is expenditures. We also had some expiration on contracts that were in effect during COVID, and they were older contracts for goods or services. And once they come up for renewal, it's a whole new ballgame. Those costs for, for materials and even labor have increased quite a bit. So we'll keep appreciate it. I think it's very thorough, and Scottsdale's known for probably per capita having 80% more generated per capita on sales tax than other cities our size, or just generally because we're a high octane economy here. But on the revenue share, it's still on a per capita basis. So we're only getting back a fraction of what we generate, through the whole system. All right, thank you. And moving on to the capital improvement picture. And I want to talk to Brian Biesmeyer afterwards, just so you know, okay? If I'm motioning to you, it's because I'm glad to see you here, and we'll need to chat a little bit.
Welcome, Brian.
Welcome. We have Allison Timke, city engineer, and let us know an update on the capital improvement CIP plans.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of council. I don't have a mouse, so can you do the next slide, please? Oh, it's over there. Oh.
Sherry does it all.
Oh, sorry, I advanced it while I was walking. Okay, so tonight I just want to do a brief high-level overview of an update of where we are with the CIP. So first on the agenda, I'll discuss the Bond 2019 program, and then following that, I'll do some a non-bond CIP project that's in design, and then some non-bond CIP projects that are under construction. Sorry about that. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so this is question one. This shows all the projects that are currently in the current fiscal year for question one: Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services. And this gives an update of where we are. There's a couple of new projects that are new this fiscal year in this question, which are 13, which is expand the Granite Reef Senior Center to meet demand for adult daycare, and 21, which is expand Via Linda Senior Center to meet demand for senior services. So those are two new projects within this fiscal year. And then I'm going to go ahead and highlight project number 53, which is build the multi-use sports fields in the area of Bell Road. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so this project, as you know, this was 2 phases. The first phase was the Bell Road Sports Complex, which is complete, and then the next phase is the Westworld Sports Complex, which is currently under construction. The picture here shows the entrance work at McDowell Mountain Ranch Road, and that work is proceeding with the concrete and asphalt being installed. The sodding of the fields are complete and the growing of the grass is in progress. Some APS electrical work was completed, and we're continuing with the construction of the restroom building. We're scheduled to be completed sometime in the first quarter of 2024. Next slide, please. So this shows the sod and the grass being watered. Next slide. And then this shows the restroom building being constructed. Next slide, please. Okay, so next we have question 2, and these are the projects currently funded in FY 23-24 for community spaces and infrastructure. I'm going to highlight the first project, project number 1, because it's complete and there's some good things to talk about on that. A couple of things to notice, a note on this list is we're still working on renovating those horse barns, number 45 at Westworld. Our first barn was completed last February. We have 4 currently under construction and 1 about to start. So the 4 under construction should be completed by the end of this year, and then the additional one that we added should be done prior to the Arabian Horse Show, and if it's not, we'll delay it so it won't impact the Arabian Horse Show. It just depends on the delivery of the barn itself. And then we are, the solar projects that install the number 58 and 59, install parasol solar shade at City Hall parking lot, and install solar systems at the Civic Center campus. Those are 2 new projects that are funded this fiscal year, and we are about to send out an RFQ for soliciting a design build contractor for those projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so then this is our Civic Center project number 1, replace aging infrastructure and improve public event spaces on the Civic Center Plaza. And the construction is complete. Our contractor is working on final punch list items. We do have, again, the Fall in Love with Scottsdale Civic Center events that are occurring October 3rd through November 22nd. And we did have a large project, Wilco, on October 3rd. And then this project was a recipient of the 2023 Best Project Awards from the Engineering News Record for Southwest Region, Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada. Next slide, please. So this just shows the 360 stage at night. Next slide. And then this was an event that was held back earlier in the year. It was the gala. Next slide. Okay, so then this is question 3. These are the projects that are currently funded in fiscal year 23-24. Public safety and technology, and there are 2 pages of projects for question 3. A lot of them, again, are the IT related projects. A lot of them are progressing with soon to be complete later this year, early next year. We do have project number 28, build the new fire station near Hayden and the Loop 101 to improve response times. That's currently in design. That did go to DRB last week for the municipal use site master plan, so it was approved by DRB at that level, so that will be progressing. Next slide, please. And then the project that I'm going to highlight here is number 35. It's the install bulletproof glass in the reception areas of the police department facilities. And next slide, I just have a quick photo of one of the locations. So we had several locations that we have completed. It's the Police and Fire Headquarters, District 4 Station, the Family Advocacy Center, the Crime Lab, and then District 2 station are all complete, and District 3 is in progress and should be complete by the end of December. And then this picture shows it's the entryway at the forensics lab, the crime lab, and that just shows the structure where the bulletproof glass and some improvements to that front lobby were made. Next slide, please. And so for question number 1, these are our completed projects. We have 3. And question number 1, they were primarily court surfacing and lighting at some of our parks. Question 2, 4 complete projects. They were all at Westworld. And question number 3, a lot of our technology and power supply projects And we have 7 complete in that question. Next slide, please. Okay, so then I'm just going to highlight one CIP project in design that's not a bond project, and this is the TPC sewer. This was on the agenda tonight to award the CMAR, the pre-construction phase services contract. So in July, City Council awarded the design contract, and now we have Aiken Gardner under services as the pre-construction services to help us look at constructability, value engineering. We do have on this project, it is going across the TPC and then down Pima Road to connect into our north pump back station. And we do have to cross Bureau of Rec land, and we do need to do some environmental clearance. Once that occurs, we can do some geotech work and potholing, and the construction manager at risk on board will help us to determine shoring requirements for this deep sewer construction, as well as limits of impact, because again, we'd like to limit the impact across the TPC and understand what kind of repair that we're going to have to do in that area. So again, the engineering services contract was awarded in July, and then tonight the pre-construction services contract was awarded, and we're targeting construction completion in fall of 2025. Next slide, please. And then this, I apologize if it's hard to see. I actually had a better exhibit earlier when it was on the consent agenda. But it's basically that green line down in the lower right corner, and that's going across the TPC. That's where the sewer is. And then the red line going down the Pima frontage into the pump back station. Next slide, please. And then I'm just going to highlight real quickly 2 other capital improvement projects that are under construction that are non-bond projects. Next slide. Okay, so this is the Old Town Streetlights project, which you may have seen, that's actively under construction. All the poles on Scottsdale Road have been erected. This week they started de-energizing and removing the old poles, and then by the end of the month they plan to replace and finalize all the flat work and the landscaping, and we expect that phase 1 will be complete by the downtown seasonal moratorium, which is in November. So this picture right here, you can see the new pole, which is kind of in the foreground, and that doesn't have the light fixture on it, and then the old pole is directly next to it. That one has that old birdcage sort of light fixture on it, so those are the poles that will be removed. Next slide, please. And then this just shows active construction of them putting the pole up. Next slide. And again, it's just some active work, and that pole is going right into the next to the old pole, which will be removed. Next slide. And then finally, we have the traffic signal improvements project, and this one was a low bid project that was awarded by City Council on June 27th for the construction contract, and we're actually doing 3 different traffic signals. One is at Scottsdale Road and First Avenue, which this happens to be a photo of. We have Scottsdale Road and Dove Valley. That's the next intersection that we're moving towards. And then the final one would be 64th Street in Osborne. So Scottsdale Road and First Avenue is nearing completion. Actually, this photo is a couple weeks old, but if you go through there today, you would see that the mast arms are up, as well as the traffic signal heads, but they're just bagged until they're finally connected. So next slide, please. And then that just shows some of the underground conduit work and the pedestals for the controllers. Next slide. And then that's it. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, good. Let me lead off with just a couple comments. We definitely need that one at Scottsdale Road and First Avenue, across from the Sugar Bowl. I mean, a lot of people are darting, and it's pretty dangerous. So it's good. We're glad to see that happening. The other thing is on question 2, 58 and 59, that had to do with the parasol structures. Is that covered parking, and would you have an EV charging built into that, or what's happening with the ones near the City Hall, supposed to cover City Hall parking? Do we have a chance for getting any electric vehicle chargers?
Mayor, yes, that's something that we'll be looking at once we get the design build contractor on board.
Okay. Well, I think that's a must. I think it's important probably to do that. Are you looking at the back, sorry, the east side, excuse me, parking lot? Is that the area rather than the council parking on the side?
Mayor, yeah, actually, we're looking at some of the areas around the Civic Center in general, possibly even on top of the library parking structure.
Okay, but again, just consider if you can possibly do some EV charging wherever it is, even if it's, on top. We have, we have delightful trees above our city reserve parking, and the birds remind us that they love that location. And, but if I'm here for more than 4 hours, there's evidence of their, okay. So just keep that in mind. If there's some photovoltaic involved, do you think, as well? Or?
Correct, yes, Mayor.
Okay, so then that's a natural EV possibility, I hope, right? Okay. Councilmember Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. So the 5859 in Project 2, is that, it says City Hall, but you haven't decided how much or where?
No, Councilmember Graham, we need to get the consultant on board so we can do a full evaluation.
All right, I think that could be good for, it could be inviting for people that come to City Hall, especially the first time, and it's just a more comfortable experience. So whatever we can do to make it more inviting for people here. This is going to be kind of a trivial question, but what do you do with those old poles that you were taking down, the light poles? I think those would be like, you could auction those or something. Those might be a collector's item. What's your disposition policy for that?
Councilmember Graham, unless they have been identified as something that the city wanted to keep for some reason.
Yes, they
then
were.
Well, it probably wasn't indicated in the bid, so then the contractor that bid the job, it has to dispose of them.
I mean, seems like they could be repurposed or something. Then the last thing, do you work with Sonia and her staff as far as presenting this information?
Councilmember Graham, yes.
I think just kind of, I like these kind of curated summaries, and I'm not trying to anatomize it. But if it just can kind of have like, Sonia puts together a really cool spreadsheet, and I don't want to geek out and talk about spreadsheets, but it's like the total in column, total amount 2019, plus the overrun, total spend, under over budget, percentage under over budget, and then status. And then we could have the status here. And like I said, I'm not trying to anatomize it, but I just think that in this would be really helpful.
So, Councilmember Graham, can you go back up to one of the slides that?
I know you had it on a couple, but I looked
so
at
right
it.
here is a good one. Okay, so are you saying expand the financial box at the bottom here to include?
Yeah, and like ITD doesn't mean anything to the average person, so maybe just kind of something that's a little, plainer English about, if you've seen Sonia's spreadsheet, that's probably too granular for what our purpose is, but if I can just kindly give you that feedback, I think it could be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, we are concluded, I believe, with work study item number 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the Diamondbacks won, and we'll be going to the World Series.
Yeah, 4-2, 4-2, so that's great. Okay, so with that, I would like to hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, and please record your vote.
Councilmember Durham votes yes.
We are unanimous and adjourned.
Going to the World Series. Oops.